Okay, I'll post it for you guys. 10 out of 10. Would recommend. It's hilarious.
That's not bad at all. Welcome to Ben the DM. Ben the DM. Ben the DM. Ben the DM.
It's a soft pillow to lay her head.
Test. Test. Alright, cool. We got all 5 of us.
Sorry, just a moment. I'm having troubles with spells.
You're good.
Alright, I figured it out.
Alright. Let me tab back over to the map you guys are on, not the one I was playing around with.
I'll be right back. I need to grab something real quick.
Alright, I'm just gonna start recapping stuff in the meantime. So, where we left off last time, you guys made it to the Bettany estate, which has now been put in your name, or at the very least Galatus's name, and you have all been kind of deemed as his aides, constituents, lackeys, whatever you want to call it.
Minions.
But nonetheless, you guys not only have a mansion, you also have some land holdings in this like small area of Taldor. It means you can be responsible for things that happen in those land holdings, as well as the people, influencing the people who are there. Now, some of the main things you guys are getting ready for, your overall spy master, one Martella Lothide, dropped you all off here. She gave you some information about locals, about how you all are trying to basically win back the palace that used to belong to the Stavian family, but that Lothide's family has taken over for generations. Legally, it is, the Princess Eutropia's right to take it back, but there's a difference between de facto and de jure law. She can't actually take it back yet. There's too much resistance. So you guys are trying to stir the waters there and make it so it'll be easy for you to help Martella take back this stronghold from her family, the Palace of Birdsong. So all of you guys are now considered heirs to the Bettany fortune, or at least the land holdings thereof. This also makes you tribunes of the neighboring town of Stachys. So those are the lands that I was talking about. Put that little tidbit in there for you. There are plenty of, just like we had the Dramatis Personae section in the last book, there's a lot of people here that will matter for you to talk to. But at the moment, you were getting ready for kind of the big festival that is about to happen, the Tanager Jubilee. But before that happens, you guys have a couple days to get ready. So if there's anything you'd like to do around town, you can most certainly do so. Does anyone have any other questions based on that stuff?
I'd like to just do some information gathering, find out rumors, what the general sentiment of people is.
Okay, you could do a... You guys already had your persona phases, but you can still do a diplomacy check to gather information in town. As of right now, because the festival is so near, there's a bunch of different, a hodgepodge of different traders that are in town. So there is a lot of stuff to go around. So if there are any particular items you would like to find, they are there. There are also a few magic items that are specifically listed.
Ooh, can I get some specific magic items, please? I'm always interested in those.
Alright, so it's a lot of potions, some scrolls, and one item that I'm about to look up again, because I looked it up a week ago and forgot what it did, which is the Pixies of Redirected Focus. But you guys can certainly buy whatever you would like as we are waiting. Alright, let me adjust our mic volume here, bring up them decibels, and let's bring down the music. There we go. Alright, so Diplomacy 18.
Oh, can I assist? Oh, fuck, I just closed.
If you would like to, you could try to be around town helping him gather information. Okay, you get over 10 there to assist. Valoros assists you with his general roguish charm around town.
I thought he was a fighter.
He is a fighter, but he has a certain rakish personality. So with that good of a check, you guys hear some more rumors about a few. Let's see, you guys got a total of a 20, 22 with Olivia helping. You're gonna hear a few facts about first Count Bartleby Lothede, the half-brother of Martello, who you guys are trying to unseat right now. And some facts about Baron Nicholas O'Cara, the one that you guys have befriended before and are trying to establish as a committed ally. So first, you learn about some of, not all of, but some of Count Bartleby Lothede's biases. He despises fools and mechanically has no time for anyone with an intelligence score of at least, no time for anyone without an intelligence score of at least 12, or ranks in at least a few knowledges. You've also heard one other bias that he has, and it is that he admires fellow practitioners of the arcane arts. You couldn't ferret out exactly what type of arcane caster he is, but he is certainly one and enjoys discussing the arcane with people. Next, about your hopefully friend, Baron Nicholas. You guys have met him before, and you guys would have reaffirmed what you already kind of knew, is that he really respects integrity, and he has a predilection for lawful characters. Those people might have a better chance at swaying him. However, from a few peasants, you've heard some, distasteful talk about Baron Lothede. A lot of the locals don't seem to like him that much. That being said, they tell you, they're like, oh, Baron O'Cara, he never has a bad word to say about Count Bartleby. It's a shame, he holds a lot of sway, but I don't think he'd be open to much discussion of subterfuge or all-out revolution. So while you think he's a man of you think his integrity has swayed him, is such an important part of the Baron, that it might be difficult to persuade him in any sort of subterfuge or roundabout plan. That is most of what you gather on that diplomacy check. All right. So, go ahead.
I'll do Ears of the City, and
Hell yeah.
I'll ask what would make what is something that Titus really hates about Bartleby?
Okay. Alright, give me 1 sec. Alright, so for those who don't remember, Lord Titus Lothede Cassava is a cousin to the family. And you guys have heard that he's a braggart and a bully. In terms of something he's looking for things he doesn't like about the Baron, about Baron Lothied, or sorry, about yeah.
Yeah, something that really gets under his skin about him.
Okay, so sorry about Count Lothied. So he is, for all sense of purposes, loyal to the Lothied family. However, he's a bit more of the less polite bad boy in a sense, and he often gets like drunk at some of the taverns in this town. There's only about 2, but he gets drunk at both. And he's definitely confided in perhaps a few women of the night that you talk to that he truly hates how much the Count lords over his skills as a magus above the rest of his family. And that he just, like, despises when the Count goes on rants about the arcane.
Interesting.
All right. With you getting that information, Tanith, are you ready and back and all good?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, I believe Tanith took a room upstairs in the house. You definitely find some sort of secluded place as your friends are going in and around town. You know, sourcing out what things they need, talking to various people of interest. As you do, you've been thinking to yourself how the type of power you have has not been what you have desired. Whoever your mysterious patron might be, and you are one of the witches for whom you don't necessarily have a specific patron, is more of an overwhelming force that you have felt loosely connected to through your familiar, the rabbit that's with you. But one night, the first night you guys are here, as you are dreaming about all these thoughts, and as you do, various diagrams and arcane geometries flash through your mind. You quickly find out that the next day, you wake up and for once remember all of your dream. Quickly you find a room all to yourself and begin sketching these symbols, not only in an arcane circle on the floor, but on the walls and the ceiling as well, sort of making a box. And I see you, Diane, calling you one of the favorites here. We're going to do that in just 1 second. You begin to chant. Seemingly, the chant is fed to you through the eyes of your rabbit as you stare deeply into them. The words are arcane and older beyond knowing. However, as the chant completes, you hear similar notes, a dark blast of energy, similar to all your magic. And because we had one of the magical surge items redeemed, go ahead and give me a D100 roll as you perform this particularly complex piece of arcane engineering.
Starting off strong with a 90.
Hell yeah, okay. Alright, we got a 90. You luck out. And we're going to say the rest of today and tomorrow, this is going to hold true because you guys are kind of in an in-between time. Some of your arcane power and the power that is being generated by these magic circles begins to feed back into you, temporarily empowering Tanith's body. And thanks to that random magic table roll, for the next 2 days, you are going to start each day with 11 temporary hit points.
Hey, nice.
It's a magical surge. Drow, I see you with that random magic item. We'll come back with that in just a minute here. So as this magic power begins to blast through you, cords of light swirling around, the circles begin to pulse in a rainbow hue. You see what looks to be a shadow, with glowing eyes of ever-shifting colors staring down at you. Your rabbit stands stock still. So, this power is something that you no longer desire? I thought our witch's bond was strong. What would you have me do, Tanith?
Well, the bond that I hold with you is still strong, just the form of power that I'm currently holding is not one suited for the current thing that I am doing and the adventure that I'm currently partaking. If I could have a companion that could always be on my side, I would be much more grateful, even more than I already am.
Power like this is not given lightly. To accomplish this, you would have to take on a curse of my own design.
Whatever the curse, whatever the cost, I'm willing to take it.
Very well. I would require something important from you. Something you wouldn't be able to get back, even with all the divine healers on Galarian. Give me your sight. Permanently. And for true.
Tanith thinks for a moment and then looks back at the figure. Of course, I am willing to do it.
Excellent. Simply look into my eyes, and all will be made well. As you look into her eyes, sounds like a female voice, light begins to shift in ever swirling patterns, like tie-dye emblazoned upon your corneas. And that brightly swirling sight is all you have left to see. You wrap some bandages around your eyes, but as this happens, you realize you can see yourself from a separate angle in the room, from what was where your rabbit was standing. Instead, things seem to be seen through a yellow tint, a vision that you've never experienced before. And you hear a new voice. Now I'm going to drag this token onto the first floor of the map and make it larger. But you see through the eyes, they look down at feminine hands, a black and white uniform, and a long curling snake's tail.
Who are you?
Well, I don't rightly know. For some reason I think my name is Lottie, but I feel as though I've been pulled here by forces outside my control.
Sorry about that.
Not at all. It seems something's put into my mind. All I remember is a riot of colors. That we are to be partners of a sort.
I assume so.
Can you... What's wrong with your eyes?
Well, in exchange for you being here and you helping me, I kind of gave away my sight. Long story short, I am currently and was bewitched by the power of a patron, and I gave up my normal powers in exchange for the aid of you.
Seems like a fair deal. Well, you're gonna look quite foolish with those bandages on, but I'm sure it'll work something out. Come, let's get settled. And with that, the arcane runes fade, and you begin conversing with Tati, your new Eidolon. Alright, as you converse with Tati, your new Eidolon, the rest of you, as you kind of search around the house, thanks to, let's see, Drow redeemed a random magic item here. First, I'm going to roll to determine whether this is going to be helpful or harmful. It would be quite helpful. Alright. Who didn't get to roll for anything yet from the chat? Let's say, Galatus, did you get to roll for a random magic item yet? Because you guys find...
I did not.
The previous owners have stashed a chest in the basement with a magical heirloom. So first things first, go ahead and give me a D12 roll, and we will see what type of magic item you have received. All right, that is going to be a magical belt. And go ahead and give me a D100. And then you guys can decide who amongst yourselves is going to receive such a belt. All right, it's going to be 53. That's real lucky. In the bottom, you find the old Bartleby crest emblazoned on a giant gold belt buckle attached to a thick leather strip, which for some reason has not rotted away despite the damp in its chest. As you investigate, you quickly realize that this belt has been enchanted. This belt is a belt of giant strength +4.
Oh my.
Hey, Ranger, do you want that?
Whoever wields it will be quite strong.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Is there a little bend there on the map?
That
There's
is.
some
Yes.
strange fella out on the yard.
Don't worry about that. That's just there. He's my cameraman.
Just chase him off. It's one of those beggars again.
Okay.
My cameraman.
I'll do it for your
Hey,
gout. It's
We're
You
like
wanna
the
dirty yourself
tactile
up.
leaders here, right? We could just have him killed.
All right. Fair enough. So, during those next few days, is there anything else people want to do?
I was going to write Calbio's parents with my sincere regrets over his death and ask what kind of help they needed for their farm.
All right. You construct that letter. Probably take a few days to get there. You send that off.
I also wanted to use Ears of the City to find out how to contact Night Swan.
That's fair. Yeah, you did. You have at least 2 days here before the festival, so you definitely have like a second casting for sure. Ooh, 28. Ooh, you might be finding Night Swan a tad earlier than anticipated. Bear with me 1 second.
Okay.
All right.
That's a
So-
16,000 gold piece item.
28. Ooh, that's very good. That is indeed very good. You spend all day listening to the city, listening to, various magical wiles and animals coming to talk to you and beggars and women of the street, things like that. They all come to you, Phineas. And just when you think it's all for naught, you hear that a small gnome wants to come talk to you. For some reason, they feel bound to talk to one of the new owners of the mansion. Pardon me, my lord. Well, I don't really know if you're a lord, but I wonder if you had a minute.
Of course.
I don't know why I feel like I can trust you with this. Some force just drew me to you, but this is going to sound strange, but have you heard of the Night Swan?
I have. I'm rather impressed with their work.
Certainly they're a freedom fighter. Listen, I don't quite know what is going to happen here, but well, this is quite embarrassing. I don't even know where I got this, but the Night Swan, I think she'll show up during the dinner of the Jubilee. I don't know what she'll be doing there, but she will certainly be in one of the balconies about 10 minutes before the meal. That's strange. I feel as though I've talked to her before, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Hope that does
Thank
give some good information, my lord.
It does. Thank you very much. And I give him a silver. My thanks.
That's quite generous, my lord. Pockets it and strolls away. All right.
I would like to do a bit of shopping.
Okay.
To get Toddy a very nice bow.
All right. Yeah, you
Of
can
some
assume that
variety.
there's so many merchants in town for this festival that you'd be able to find it no problem. So if you have the money, feel free to mark down the level of composite bow that you would like.
All right.
So we've got 2,400 still.
2,400. That is more than enough to probably get anything that I could want. So.
Oh, hey, does anybody want more of those, like, knockout juices that she gave us? Like the Styx oil? Because I could make a couple of those.
I believe you guys had 3 injections and vial. You guys had 3 injections of it. You also had, you got the recipe from her. So if you want to make that would be a craft alchemy check, I believe, to make that poison. You want to try to make that during the days?
I'm asking if anybody wants it, because it's like, I think it's like 2/3 cost I can craft it for.
I think it's just 1/3 if it's alchemy, because you have alchemical crafting as an investigator, so it should be 1/3 the price, and I believe it's 1,800 a dose, so it should be like 600. Let me double check that price for you real quick. It is normally 600, so for you it would be 200 a dose to craft it.
Yeah, do we want to make a couple more of those, or?
Yeah, sure. Make a couple more.
For those just tuning in, this is a special poison that only can knock someone out, but also has the ability to overwrite the last 5 minutes of their memory. So if they, mess up during the social time, they might be able to still recover their standing with whoever they talk to. Or, perhaps they want to take information from them and don't want them to be any the wiser.
Yeah, okay, I was just making sure. I thought I got my class level too.
All right. Cool.
Two,
So, let's get down with the festival.
Oh, can I send a letter to Baron O'Kara letting him know that we've taken residence and that we would like to speak with him in the future?
Yeah, absolutely. You
need
would
to
be able to
work
give
it-
that to a messenger, and they'd get it back to you like same day, going over to the Baron's residence. You got like a very formally well-written letter. It's like, congratulations on, taking up residence. I didn't realize that you and your friends were of noble descent, but it'll be an absolute pleasure to see you at the festival. Go ahead and make a craft check. I believe for poison, it should have a set DC written down. Let me go back to my investigator days when I made a whole investigator around poison. And I'm pretty sure Styx oil was one of my go-tos, so I should have notes on it. I do. It is a craft alchemy DC 16.
Okay.
So that is a success. And how many were you crafting it? Just
You want to do like 3 more? Because we only have 3. We can double it, give everybody 1,
okay.
and then have an extra.
Go ahead and make 2 more checks on that. Alright, that's 2 successful doses of Styx oil. And on a nat 1. Is that the only way you can fail the Styx oil? God damn. Alright, so
I don't even think... Do you fail on that one?
I believe on a nat 1 you lose the materials that the money provided.
I thought skill checks you can't fail on that one. But I was just
for
gonna
crafting,
inspiration
there are
real quick.
rules where if you fail by enough, and I think
okay.
basically you lose some of the value. So I think you lose half value for that. So you probably only spent like 100 on it, but it didn't. You spend 100, but you didn't get anything.
Okay. So
All
we're
right.
down 500 gold, and we have 2 more Styx oil.
All right, so you guys now have 5 sticks oil. And with that, we're going to trans over to our fancy festival. This is the Tanager Jubilee. This full thing is going to take place near the Bird Song Palace. So it kind of gives you time to case the joint, as it were. As you approach the palace, you're met with an astonishing array of guests, nearly 40 altogether, all being fussed over by an army of servants, each sporting a bird mask. Bartleby has hired additional staff, and the normal quiet palace throngs with chatter and laughter. Numerous entertainers, ferret jugglers, fire breathers, stilt walkers, and other amusements keep the guests occupied. Upon seeing new guests, Count Bartleby Lothede himself is going to come up to you. Now give me 1 second to show you guys his image.
Did you move us to a different map? Because I'm still seeing the house.
Not yet, you're still in the house for now.
Okay.
Get it.
Some of this is just like theater of the mind. Here, I'll put us on the pretty start screen so we have something fun to look at.
I don't know.
There we go. Right now we're on the right map.
For some reason, I thought that the start screen was still the old Crazy Prince or whatever. So I was like, man, you and me have different definitions of fun.
All right, this is Count Bartleby Lothede, the man you are trying to unseat and take us home. Seeing you all approach, though, he says, "Well met, newcomers. I am Count Bartleby Lothede, steward of the county of Murat, landgrave of the Hyden Marshes, and tribune of Lothidar. We understand you are new heirs to the Bettany lands. It is quite the honor to be our new neighbors, we're sure." What do you guys say to him?
We are honored to be with you here today.
Is that a bluff or true?
No, that's true. Ish.
Ish. All right, I'll allow it. You can make a diplomacy check as you greet Bartleby.
Olivia's gonna be cordial and assist.
All right, give me that assist, Olivia. Valoros is like, yeah, it's really a pleasure. Oh, Valoros is kind of acting as your like bag man for now. Like he's clearly not as well dressed as you guys, but you see it's okay because some of the other nobles like have guards, and everyone just assumes by the fact that he's got like 2 swords on his waist, a dagger strapped to his thigh, a fucking bow over his back. They're like, oh, okay, he's a guard.
Well, actually, that's not quite right because I've altered him a bit.
That's fair. Whatever he has strapped to him, he probably still is not wearing as nice clothes as what you guys bought, I assume?
No,
he's
he's
nice clothes.
Not yet. No.
Okay, so they probably assume he's some sort of like manservant or something. But with Olivia and with Valorous' assistants there, Valorous chimes in and is just like, "Oh, he's great. You know, this is, you know, I'm basically his squire here. Great man." Bartleby looks at both of you and Liv, who like chimes in. He's like, "I'm sure you seem to be nobles of good breeding and wealth."
Hello. I am Tanith, and this is Toddy. I, gesture to Toddy.
Oh, gods! Is she a monster? Gods!
No. Quite the opposite. She is actually a celestial companion of mine.
A celestial... You don't say. Is this some sort of arcane bond or something you have researched? I'm quite intrigued.
It is indeed.
Well, I must greet some guests, but Tanith, perhaps you and me could meet later and discuss matters of a magical nature.
But of course.
If that's the case, my apologies, Lady Totty. It is quite an intriguing thing to have you here. I'll make sure the servants bring you appropriate refreshments. With that, you guys are free to wander and chat around the party. So it seems, based on his reaction, it seems like you guys have reasonably convinced this man that you are, or at least Galatus is, you know, a noble of fine standing, and you all are, by extension, you know, the rightful heirs of the house. So these rounds of social combat, you guys are going to get 3 rounds before the start of the first kind of big event of the festival. Now, the first time we did social combat, it was specifically 10 minutes.
And I'm guessing that's going to be important for the person coming, right?
Yeah, sorry. So I got distracted there for a second. So before they were rounds of 10 minutes, these ones are going to be a bit more abstract, as you guys are essentially just at this giant party, the Tanager Jubilee. So for all intents and purposes, we are going to roll initiative just like normal, and that will determine our order for social combat. Once it's your turn, you can start looking around for different people that you might want to make contact with, etc., etc. So go ahead and drop your initiatives.
We can't hook it up to any tokens.
Oh, yes. Give me 1 second. I'll just put you guys... if you guys want to just drag your tokens out onto the map, that's fine. We don't really need the house.
I can't. I dragged my token and now I can't select it.
You can't select.
Oh, it's just me. It was just my roll 20 being slow. Where'd I go?
Sorry, I'm just resizing you guys. Some of you guys are the wrong size.
Oh, look at the little baby Phineas.
I
bigger.
fucking love this so much.
No, I have a question. It's
Original
probably
art by
no,
the
but does Toddy get around or no?
No,
Does-
she's functionally the same as you.
I'm going to say you could use Toddy to assist you in the way that Galatus is using his squire, Valoros, to assist him.
I see. Also, I can see everybody else's health bar but my own.
That's because you have a new token. I'm gonna have to reassign you in a minute here.
Alright.
I see that our friend Drew from the server has redeemed another bonus. So you guys aren't in combat right now, so you don't need a heal. But he did. Oh, okay. Let's go with that. So he redeemed by the gods. So the gods are gonna interfere here with a buff. And essentially, the gods are shining on your attempt to reform this country currently. All of you are going to be affected by, the heroism spell. Now, as this is deific interference, this is going to last 10 minutes per level at a 20th level caster. So basically 200 minutes is how long this is going to last, if I did that math.
And what does heroism do again? Sorry.
Heroism gives you, imbues a creature with bravery and morale. This is going to be all of you guys are affected by this. Everyone's going to get a +2 on attack rolls, saves, and skill checks, being the most important one right now.
+2, right?
So everyone gets a temporary +2, and that is a morale bonus. So if you end up using a different ability during the social combat that also has morale, it won't stack. But for now, that is the free way to do it. So let's get into social combat. We are starting with Tanith.
All right. Is there any specific area that I can affect, or any specific people?
Well, you could try to look for people that you had heard about on the way up here, or you can make a perception check and see who looks as though they are worthy of influence. People that...
yes, the blind man making a perception check.
Well,
is it okay if I
through
have Toddy do it? Alright, so
for
Toddy
those who
is
don't know,
going to...
he has taken on one of the Oracle curses that removes his vision, except to a limited range, and essentially is seeing stuff through Toddy, the Eidolon.
So yeah, I'm going to use her perception, which is a +14, and I rolled a 3. Wait, so that's a 19 total.
Yep, gets the extra +2. So that is a 19. All right. Who are you gonna see? All right. So, you see a female half-elf. being talked to by a bunch of what appears to be the locals. You hear them referring to her as Honorary Tribune Honora, Honorary Tribune Honora. So, or just Tribune Honora. I'll put that into the chat.
That's a hell of a name.
Do you have knowledge local?
I don't think so.
All right. You just know that she is someone with influence. If you want to try to go talk to her.
All right. I'll go up to her. And how was your evening, Tribune Honora?
Oh, it's quite good. It's quite good. You know, I must admit I feel a little bit out of place and unwelcome in the halls of the palace, you know. I'm just the Tribune of Status, that's all. After the death of the old Tribune, Alice. As actually Alice Batoni. I understand your companion over there is related. Honor is a plain, muscular, and heavily freckled half-elf. Due to her elven blood, she looks somewhat young, but is in fact probably a lot older than she seems. You would know that a Tribune is basically like a local leader, usually kind of like a champion of the people. So she is one of the Tribunes of the town where you guys also now hold sway.
All right, coolio. What was the thing to like see where their weaknesses are and stuff? Was it sense motive or perception?
So you are going to need to make a discovery check. For that, you're gonna need a sense motive.
Heck, does my snake have sense motive at all? They do not. We both have +0s.
Well, unfortunately, that's the only one that will influence her, for at least able to find her influences for now. You could also attempt knowledge local, but you don't have that.
Alright, guess I'll just kind of schmooze around, maybe grab a few hors d'oeuvres before the dinner starts fully.
Alright. In that case, we're going to go around and get hors d'oeuvres. There's like this lovely wine. They're serving local cheeses. It's all very, very fancy. And with that, let us go to our next round of social combat. Machiavelli, what are you doing during this lovely party?
I'm passing myself off as Galatus's vassal's vassal, so I'd like to go speak with some servers.
All right. Yeah, you quickly find it. I mean, they're easy to spot. They're all wearing those like very fancy bird masks.
Want to get the lay of the land from them.
How can we help you? Sorry, how can we help you, sir?
Oh no, I'm the help too. Just looking to learn about this place. Kind of new here. Who to watch out for? You know what I mean.
He kind of relaxes his shoulders. Like, oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, these nobles are a lot, and well, let's just say Count Bartleby doesn't make it any easier. He's a pretty strict man.
Oh, I hear you. Does he have any friends?
I don't know that the man really has any friends per se, but he has people who try to pay homage to him.
Accomplices, maybe?
Well, let's see. Who are his accomplices? I mean, there's his cousin, pretty much does everything he says, although he's not always too happy about it. There is, well, he's trying to win her over right now. There's Her Grace Baroness Legate Adela Vonum. You know, she used to be a commander in the Phalanx. He's trying to convince her to be friends with him so that he can work closer with Pytharius. It's a whole thing.
Sounds complicated.
Yeah, well, they can make all those political machination moves that they want, but at the end of the day, who's still doing the work? Guys like you and me. Kind of like pats you on the chest, the back of his hand.
You know it, buddy.
He's like, apart from that, I don't recognize a lot of the other nobles. A lot of them came to town just for this.
Is the cousin here, Titus?
Titus, I haven't seen him yet. It's still early, but he'll probably show up for the tournament in a little bit. It's gonna be the first event of the day.
Oh, okay. Just kind of hang out, have some wine and drinks then.
All right. You begin hanging out for that. He's like, all right, well, if any of your folk ride in the jousting tournament, let me know. Maybe I'll put some money on them. All right, so you hang out with them. You kind of got the lowdown from the servers and at least one political connection out of that server, who was very willing to talk to a fellow lower class man, or who he perceived to be that. Next up, we have Olivia.
Okay. I'm going to roll to see people.
Okay, go ahead. Give me a perception check. All right, you got a 20. So you're going to see some more of the major attendees. There is a pair of women who seem to be quite influential around here. That is Dame Parthena Crab and her daughter Sepsinia. They seem quite opinionated. They seem to already be in their cups, despite it being early in the morning, having each holding a large large glass of wine. They're definitely fancier than tankards. But the pair of them seem to be, stirring up quite a fuss. And let me drop their art for you here in a second. Parthena is the one in the pink, and her daughter Sepsinia is the one in the blue.
Okay.
They seem to be kind of making the rounds, talking to people.
Okay. Knowledge local to know who they are.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and give me knowledge local. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, you're definitely going to know some stuff about them.
Yeah. Do I need to roll inspiration, or does that hit max DC? It's
you're not sure if you want to do it. Aren't they all free for you for knowledges anyway?
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll it. It's free anyway. All right, 27. Cool. Not enough to change all the information, but worth a shot. All right. Parthenia is a broad, middle-aged woman with a wide smile and expressive eyes. She smells overwhelmingly of smoke and sugar. By contrast, her daughter is rail-thin and pale, looking vaguely surprised or frightened by everything. Now, Parthena isn't one for introspection, preferring to know everyone else's mind. She is the embodiment of Taldan aristocratic hypocrisy. She eats, moves, and even sleeps correctly, without any consideration as for why she holds to these traditions. But with that check, you know that her interests lie in local and national gossip, and that she loves discussing art, antiques, and fashion. Not only that, you quickly determine, or you've heard about her goal at this party. Her obsession is trying to find a suitor for Sepsinia. But her daughter's depression, shyness, and apparent ill health have complicated her search. You know she's incredibly shallow, so any sort of, wealth or jewelry, anything like, that you showed off like that, you'd probably get a bonus. You would also know, with that perception check, basically all manner of things could influence her. Either bluffing, knowledge local, because you would know about gossip, perform checks. She's very, aristocratic and loves performances. Appraise checks, so you could discuss kind of the monetary and economical situation of the country. Or even a diplomacy check.
That's a lot of options.
Yes. Tis indeed.
Okay. We're gonna, I'm gonna be a little, is it, so if I'm lying, because the person, like, so I'm gonna go over there. I'm gonna tell you my plan. And
Okay.
You're gonna tell me
Yeah,
if
hit me
this
with
is
your
better or better. So I'm gonna go over and I'm gonna point out Machiavelli, right? Pretending to be a servant, and I'm gonna be like, I heard you're looking for a noble suitor. My friend over there, he just inherited, and I'm gonna give like the land title or whatever with our friend Galatus, and you know, he's undercover right now, and I'm pointing him out to you. What do you think?
Give me a diplomacy check. Or a knowledge local check, which would effectively be a gossip check.
Yes, sir.
Really?
I'm also going to point out his nice ass magical belt that he just found. That's worth a lot of money.
She like looks at that.
Also, just as nice.
gives you a +2 on top of all your other bonuses because she that is one of her listed biases. As she looks at the expensive ass belt, she's like, "Well, the family crest and everything. You know, this merits some investigation. Thank you, young sir. Come along, dear. Let's go talk to. You said his name was Galatus, was it?
Machiavelli.
Oh, Machiavelli. Yes, and I suppose if he, helps in the house, he's effectively one of the tribunes of this area. Come along, dear. Her daughter's like, yes. Okay, Mom, that's fine. Let's go. And that is going to be 1 success on influencing her. So we now have 1 success on influencing Parthena.
I'm also going to message Machiavelli and tell him I just did that using our magic telepathy.
Alright, you fire off a message spell, giving him a heads up. And that is 1 success, our first success of this social encounter. Next is going to be Phineas. What would you like to do?
I'm going to look for Titus.
Okay.
So 20.
20 with the bonus from the gods. This is going to be not really a stealth check for him. It's more of a luck check to see if you can find him around. Okay. So you see that Titus, who he has this reputation you found for being a bit of a lush. He is not mingling out and about, but you see a servant carrying what looks to be a new flask around the corner of the building, and you hear a gruff voice say, "Thanks." And as you head around the corner, you would see Lord Titus Lothide Kasab. And he appears to be drinking out of kind of like a silver flask with like gilded gold etchings on it.
I'll duck around a corner where nobody can see me, and I'll transform into a different person.
Okay.
I look like a burly fighter kind of guy, and I'll
so different.
yeah, so different. And I'll
different jacked guy.
I'll motion over a servant. Can I get 2 bottles of? And I'll mention whatever the drink was that I think was in the flagon.
Give me a. Let's say just a straight wisdom check or knowledge local, so you can figure out like the local brew. Oh yeah, you're sure that this is from like a distillery of a local type of liquor derived from a root-like, potato-like vegetable, basically. And you quickly get like 2 more bottles of it and bring it over.
And I'll go around the corner to where he's standing, and I'll look like I'm in a huff, and that damn magical jackass will not shut up about fucking spell books and scrolls, and I am going to drink myself to death if I hear another fucking word.
He knocks back his flask a little bit. Screws it back on. Who are you talking about then?
That Phineas O'Gare asshole.
Glances up at you, he's like, "That's one of them new chaps that moved into the Bettany estate, isn't it?"
Yeah, some jackass with a title.
Well, Who are you? Why should I be talking to you?
Name's Bruce. And I don't know who you are or why you would talk to me. I'm just pissed off and looking to get away from him.
Give me a bluff check.
Another nat 20.
1 in 400 chance right there. Jesus.
And don't forget that's +2 for heroism.
True.
Yeah,
That's a 31.
31.
Jesus fuck. I mean, even if he replicated a nat 20, it wouldn't beat a 31. There's no point in him rolling. He's like, he kicks over like a barrel next to him. It's spilling over like a bunch of food, but he indicates, or it's like a crate, indicates you to sit down. He's like, all right, pull up a seat. Might as well drink with someone. None of the rest of them out there hitting the hard liquor yet, but you look like you are.
Fair enough. Yeah, I could use I could use some time with real men and not these weak, spellcasters.
All right, cheers.
And so I'm basically just going to keep like pushing how like really intelligent people are assholes, and I'm just going to keep giving him drink after drink after drink.
Hell yeah! I think with those two nat 20s, that's like we're gonna count that as a bluff or diplomacy was one of his associated skills anyway. So for Titus, that is gonna be, since we got that nat 20 and you beat the DC by like 10. That's 2 successes with Titus for influence. Okay. All right, hell of a first turn in social combat. Jesus. All right, Galatus, the man they're making fun of for having a noble title. What's the move here?
Well, before we start, I'm just kind of curious from everybody. Do we have a specific objective here? Are we just still currently trying to get the lay of the land, or are we trying to like influence people against this guy?
I think it's mostly just get people on our side, and then we're gonna like try and get him out of powder later.
So just general gain influence kind of thing.
Yeah, I think.
All right. So I'm gonna look around.
And you guys would know. I will say, there's going to be big events because it's a party. But you would also know that like the festival does last 2 days. So even if you just like build up some rep today and like work the floor, there's still a day left. Like these 3 rounds of social combat aren't going to be it.
We're networking.
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to check, make sure that I was on the same page as everybody.
Fair enough. All right, so what would you like to do? And I see Drew redeemed something in the chat. We'll get to that in a minute here.
What I would like to do is find some people who are more interested in policy and current events than gossip.
All right. We're interested in policy and current events. Give me a perception check, or I'll say a sense motive as well as you try to suss out who that might be.
You want both?
No, you can pick either one. We got an 18.
So that's a 20.
Okay. So you think someone who is heavily invested in current events in Taldor and like this country as a whole, that would most certainly be Her Grace Baroness Legate Adela Voynam, the one who used to be a commander of the Taldan Phalanx. And let me get you her art as well, so you guys can keep referencing these people as we go. Come on, Roll20. Work with me. There we go. You can tell, despite, reaching into her later, probably late Middle Ages, she is still quite staunchly built as a fighter, and has a scar from one of her campaigns across her face.
Mm-hmm. All right, what do I know about her current... does she follow, what's his name, Pytharis. I'm so bad with names.
It's okay. This is a confusing political game with a bunch of different figures. Yeah, Pytharius is the military leader, the one who has claimed that he was legally adopted by the Emperor, and so should therefore be the next, Emperor in line. And he controls, like, she used to be in the Taldan Phalanx. He currently controls the entire Taldan Phalanx, and they are all following him.
Right. Okay.
That being said,
so
you guys are also going to get a hint here from you see weirdly eating a bunch of like canapes and various, hors d'oeuvres. Next you see a rather smelly dwarf in a dirty robe who's just like, "Hey, wait, what's going on, Galatus?"
I'm sorry, do I know you?
Yeah, name's Smurg. I'm a dwarf.
Hello, Dwarf Smurg.
Listen,
You seem
look
to have
like
the,
you're eyeing the Baroness over there. Look, I get it. Sturdy woman, I agree. Quite attractive. But that's not why I'm here. I'm here to help you out. That's what the people want.
Okay, how can you help me?
Alright, listen to this. She really likes tradition and history of the country. Maybe this local area's history and the nation as a whole. Now, she could be a bit cold and unfriendly, but if you stick with it, she could be a powerful political ally for you. You understand?
I would think so.
Alright, look. What I told you is how to influence her. She's also not opposed to a nice cup of beer. Alright? None of this fancy wine.
That's a little bit surprising, but okay.
Alright, listen, I'll catch you later. And with that, the metal tray he's holding full of hors d'oeuvres just drops to the ground. He's just gone.
What a strange little man.
I love Smurg. Oh no,
All right.
little bug, why did you fly in my coffee? Gross. Do not like. For those watching, I got it out before I took that sip. I'm not that gross. Alright.
So I'll head over to her
Hell yeah.
and introduce myself. Baroness, I am Galatus Talon. Sorry, I can't even remember my own name.
A pleasure, Tribune Talon. I heard that you have taken up residence in the old Beltany Manor.
Yes, I have. Me and my cohorts here. And what brings you to this festival?
Well, you know how it is. This isn't really my type of scene, but I have to let everyone know that the Baroness is taking an interest. That's how wheeling and dealing works.
Quite. We have to make sacrifices. Is she drinking anything?
Currently she has like a half glass of white wine.
But I'm assuming she's not looking that interested in it.
No, she's kind of like doing that thing where like she's swirling it, like as if she's just like trying to make it last and not have to go get another one.
Is the wine not to your liking?
You have a keen eye, Mr. Galatus. No, I'm not a big wine woman, as it were. It's not exactly what my phalanx went out and drank back in the campaigns.
So something a little heartier, more earthy.
Quite.
Well, as a devout follower of Katie Kalin, I might be able to assist you. And I will pluck an empty vessel from somewhere and fill it up with a nice ale.
I normally don't like the wanton ways of youth and of that drunk god, but I must admit, that is most welcome.
I'm glad you appreciate it. So, I'm going to try and do some knowledge history about a campaign or something that she was
Sure, go ahead.
historically involved in.
Very good, very good. All right. You begin to bring up like, no, did you and your section of the phalanx really hold off the that group of barbarians, like in the Outer Pass, and they kind of like you launch into the story you've heard about one of her campaigns, which was again it's like a group of like bandits, and like just renegades that are kind of robbing a lot of the Empire, and she's like, you have a respectable knowledge of military history. Thank you very much.
Probably halflings, right?
Most of them actually were regular people, just humans. None of the other species. Although I did think I did kill some kind of gray-skinned dwarf, a Duragar or something like that. That was a weird one.
I have never encountered one of those.
Well, you could really swing a hammer, let me tell you, but not well enough to stop my sword. And with that, let's see. With her current attitude, that is not enough to get like a double success, but you do gain 1 influence success with Baroness Adela.
Okay.
All right.
Would the 29 change that if it?
With the heroism?
Actually, yeah, it would.
Booyah!
All right. With the gods smiling on your endeavors today, they say that Desna smiles, and that means luck follows, and Desna is smiling on you all today. So you guys now have 2 successes with Baroness Adela.
Is that maximum again for now?
This one is actually, these people are way harder to influence than the first round of this.
Okay.
So she is going to take a lot of successes, but the benefit is that you have multiple rounds now, multiple rounds later in the day, and a second whole day as well. Ooh, sorry, I thought I was going to sneeze, but I didn't. Ooh, there it is. Okay, all right. So let's go back to the top of the order with Tanith. How do you want to spend your second social round?
The person we're like going to slander and stuff. I got an idea for him, but he's probably still making like greetings and stuff, right?
Is who making greetings?
What's his name again?
Count Bartleby?
Yeah, Count Bartleby.
Yeah, he's still, well, let's see. It's getting later in the morning. Most of the guests have arrived. He's probably starting to make the rounds.
Alright, can I try to come and see him at all?
Yeah, go for it. You can try to approach him. Let's go back.
Hello, sorry for, interrupting you again. But, I just wanted to ask you a small question.
Ah, yes, you're the one with the strange arcane companion. Of course, we'd be most interested.
Now, this place is quite wonderful, this town, but, obviously we're quite new here. Is there anyone that would be, good to know?
Good to know. Well, we would be good to know in the area, but I suppose you could also try to get in good with Baroness Adela, the legate, or ex-legate, I should say. If you're into mercantile trade, although I see him more of a practicer of the arcane, Earl Yander over there, he's a wealthy merchant from Moda, fancies himself a bit of a politica, but, he does know his way around the books.
What was that guy's name again?
Earl Yander. Earl Yander Mercondas.
Alright,
Put that in the chat as well.
Did he, point out Yander at all,
Yes.
or?
Yander is one of the minor people, so he doesn't have art, but he shows you where Yander is.
Alright. I will, thank you very much. I will talk to you later, maybe after some of the events.
Are you sure? I was hoping you would talk to us about the arcane.
In due time, friend.
Very well. He turns his nose up and goes to talk to someone else. Alright. You see Yander over there. You still have a chance to make influence check on Yander.
I would like to, walk over to him. Hello, friend. How are you doing tonight?
Oh,
Or
good.
today.
I'm Earl Yander Mercondas. You can just call me Yander, though. A pleasure to meet you. firmly shakes your hand, very quickly.
I am Tameth. So, how's been business recently? Especially with this event coming up.
Well, with all the recent unpleasantness, shipping's been an absolute nightmare going from territory to territory. Effectively, the day-to-day operations still run, but with so much political unpleasantness hanging over the air. If I may ask, where do your loyalties lie?
Well, it's kind of a hard question. I'm not exactly one for politics.
Come now. There's only so many options to choose from. Are you a supporter of Pytharius, the young Eutropia, Mercander, maybe Starborn in the north?
Can I try to delay and kind of see where he lies a bit?
You could try.
Would that be a bluff or?
Give me a diplomacy check. See if you can try to influence him to talk first.
Yes, sir. One thing. Wait, real quick. That's a 15. Or 17.
Okay. He pretty much does a 180. Excuse me. He's just like, so you and your, what was his name? Tribune Galatus. Do you think you would need anything shipped through the region, or I'd be a valuable business connection for you all.
Well, I'll talk to him and see if we need anything shipped. I'm pretty sure we have a crafter among our ranks, and I'm sure that he'd like to know of your services.
Indeed. Well, it's been a pleasure. Firmly shakes your hand again, and Earl Yonder walks away. So that is not a success with him.
All right.
All right.
I would like to let Galatus and Phineas know of the trade boy.
All right. Yeah. I mean, keep in mind these rounds are really, really long, so you guys would have time to go talk to each other and whatnot in between stuff. Machiavelli, it is time for your second turn of social combat. We last left you kind of chatting with the servants, getting a lay of the land. What would you like to do now?
I want to avoid this lady that's coming over to set me with her daughter.
Okay. Give me a stealth check. Or if you have some other way to try to avoid her, you may try that as well. That's up to you.
No, that's perfect. Just blend into the crowd away from them.
Yeah, you managed to you managed to slip away.
I note on my little communicator, danger averted, don't worry.
Alright, yeah, you speak into your metal badge that you guys still kind of keep secretly as essentially arcane walkie-talkies. And where would you like to go after that?
I had a thing, but I totally forgot it. Shit.
Something to do with the Taldan Phalanx woman, the Count himself. No one's talked to Baron O'Cara yet either. Earl Yander, he just heard about? Or you guys also heard about the Tribune Honora? Or Honora?
I'll go talk to Baron O'Cara.
Okay. He's like in the process of like placing down a glass of like magically carbonated champagne, like an empty flute, and picking up a new flute. He turns around and he's like, Machiavelli, if I do remember correctly, you were at, well, that bloody business at the Senate building, right?
Indeed. A sad day.
Quite. What brings you all the way out here?
You know, doing some work for Galatus.
Ah, yes, I had heard that Galatus has effectively
Quite the
become
inheritance.
Quite the inheritance. That whole mansion, the lands around it, near Smalthy, very good.
I don't remember what it was before to roll for him, but he liked law and history.
he really likes anyone who is lawful gets a +2 with him. He also respects integrity, and yeah, you know that he can be influenced by a lot of like hands-on professions, diplomacy, or especially profession soldier. If anyone had that, so effectively any profession skill, diplomacy, or profession soldier, especially.
Try diplomacy.
And he is actually already at a higher starting attitude than a lot of people here because you guys had previously influenced him. Alright. That is not going to be quite enough, even though you guys have influenced him before. And actually, that still holds with you all. You guys already have a starting amount of 2 successes with him because you guys influenced him at the Senate party. But you talked with Val and he enjoys the conversation, but so far you don't seem to have swayed him into being more than in this, kind acquaintance that you know.
Okay.
But you didn't do bad enough that you lost any successes, so he still has 2 successes. With that, we're going back to Olivia. It's 2 successes. What would you like to do for round 2, Olivia? Hello?
Sorry, I was muted.
No
I'm
worries.
100%. Like when the dame started walking away, I started following her. I'm just there talking Machiavelli up the entire time. I'm just gassing.
Okay. Give me another check for her then, trying to influence her that you are a reliable source for finding a suitor for her daughter. Hey, that's gonna be 2 successes. You are getting quite the influence on Parthena.
And I'm like I like throw in there. I'm like if Machiavelli doesn't work out, Galatus is great.
Oh, interesting.
This other guy, he's part ogre. He's absolutely fantastic. I'm just
People don't know that I'm part ogre. I pass.
Yeah. There's,
okay.
Like they're
And
like,
you don't mention me. Good.
they're like, oh, he's quite handsome. What about that one, darling? I mean, he could be a fine. He looks of good breeding stock too, if you know what I mean. She's like, mother, please. She like fans herself a fan. Alright, so that is some successes there. Phineas, you are getting into the cups with Titus, who's still sipping out of his silver and gold engraved flask. And another thing, why does he always go on about his arcane books? Arcane books this and that. He's better with a sword anyway. He just wants people to think he's some sort of wizard.
Yeah, have you ever seen somebody stab somebody with a book? I mean, they're practically useless.
That's what I'm saying. Give me a blade any day, or maybe even a hardy oak-handled axe.
Hey, I had this drink once, and it was amazing. Let me see if I can get it. And I call over a servant. Can we get some dwarven fire ale?
Let's see if they have it. Sir, that would be from the Count's private stock. And Titus is like, hey, get the man what he wants, alright?
Hey, do
I'll
you see
deal
this
with
guy?
him later.
Do you see this guy? This guy is better than a count. He knows how to use a sword. I'm like slurring my speech and acting all drunk.
Oh, yeah. Here, let me grab you guys a picture of Titus really quick. I don't think you've seen him yet. He is a smarmy bastard, to be sure. This is Titus, who you're talking to right now. Just smarmy as fuck, like greasy long black hair. The fucking works.
I feel like I need to make a will save not to punch him.
Oh, yeah, he's for sure just an asshole.
That fucking smirk, dude.
All right. So they quickly come back with a small bottle of dwarven fire ale.
You gotta try this, man. You've got to.
All right,
You've got to.
give me a diplomacy check.
So 19.
He's like, all right. Oh, warms you up, yeah. Hey, you want to smash some of these barrels with me?
Yeah, let's do it.
He takes out his sword and starts fucking cutting up barrels as he goes into a rage for 2 rounds. And then it's going to be another success with affecting Titus as whatever this strange persona you've adopted seems to be getting close with the dickhead cousin.
So my goal is to get him pissed off like this and then point him into the other room.
Like to cause a scene?
Yeah.
Okay. There is certainly room for that in your 3rd round coming up here. Alright, and this is going to be the last person of round 2, Galatus. What would you like to do?
I'm just going to continue on with influencing the Baroness.
Hell yeah. Alright. Do you want to do the same check again or a different check? What would you like to do?
Let's see. Was diplomacy or sense motive one of hers, or was it just the knowledge, local knowledge history?
You could use knowledge history. I believe diplomacy was also an option. Let me just double check. Yes, diplomacy is also an option.
All right, we'll give that a whirl.
Is that with the +2?
No.
All right, that might just.
So 18.
With the +2, that is going to be enough for 1 success.
Okay.
As you begin to talk, like lightly broach the subject of politics. She seems a bit resistant at first, like she's not outright declaring for a major faction, but she seems to at least be interested in what you say as you begin to kind of like use your way of words to your advantage. So
okay.
I'm just modifying this document on the go here. All right, let's see. Got some successes with her. There we go. All right. This is going to be the 3rd and final round of social combat, at least for the morning. That brings us back to Tanith.
Alrighty. So, let's see. Sense motive was the only thing that can affect Onara, right? Onara?
Let me double back to Honora.
That can get what they can be influenced by, right?
Oh, to discover stuff with her?
Yeah.
It was either knowledge local or sense motive to discover.
Right.
But you can probably just talk with her a little bit and see if you can get an idea.
Yeah, you can try to
just
like,
try something.
Talk it out of her.
All right. I will go up to her and, talk around a bit.
Oh yeah, you could ask about her too if you want to make a diplomacy check with people and see what she's into. You could try to use a diplomacy check to gather information from the party, or from not the party of you guys, but like the actual party.
You might also be able to just use some perception to see if she's got any significant jewelry or anything interesting that might give away what she's interested in.
Yeah, I mean, social combat is nothing if not flexible. So if you can justify,
I have an
role,
idea.
we can maybe do something with that.
So, Parthena is quite the gossip, right?
Yeah, Parthena is for sure a huge gossip.
On their quest to go find Machiavelli, I am going to try to also talk him up a bit, but also try to get some of the deets on Honora, and also, if possible, a bit of stuff on Lord Bartleby and Count Bartleby.
Okay. The amount of information will depend on the success here. You're going to give me a diplomacy check. It's 25.
That's a 27.
Oh my. Honora should be more proper. She is a station of a tribune, after all, and yet she's all about working with her hands and professions and surviving in the wilderness. More of a craftsman than anything. She certainly represents the common folk, I would say. And as for Bartleby, well, Bartleby is the man of the hour, you know, the steward of the Palace of Birdsong. And he's quite handsome, if I do say so myself. Is that right, dear? And she's like, yes, mother, my collar's feeling a little bit tight. Can we get some water? She's like, water later, darling. Water's fine.
Can I ask Toddy if they can go get some water for them real quick?
Yeah, Toddy slithers off to get some water. She's like, oh, thank you, I really appreciate it.
Of course. Anything's fine. If you have any problems, just find either me or her, and I point off to Toddy in the distance.
Hell yeah.
And I have free time to help you.
Okay, so with that diplomacy check, that is effectively another 1 influence for Parthena. And you've gotten some information, at least, about the Tribune. That's going to be Machiavelli.
Do I see if they're still looking for me?
Give me a perception check. This will just be a free check, see if you can just kind of look around the party. They seem at the moment to be dithering on the spot, kind of looking between you and trying to find Galatus at the same time. So yes, but they're not like currently moving towards you.
I'll take my leave of the Baron and head like outside.
Okay, roger that.
Anybody to talk to on the grounds?
Oh yeah, there's so many entertainers and people on the grounds right now. I think someone new you would spot that you haven't seen yet.
Are there any halflings that he can talk to?
Not at this current party, no.
We don't want to start combat yet.
Yeah,
you guys have had a bad time with halflings, to be
Okay.
fair. So you would see a plate young woman dressed in a much it's still like classy, but it's not overly wrought. Like you can tell by the image of book 2 over here that people in Taldor, as a lot of like aging and somewhat failing empires do, they dress like unnecessarily fancy. This woman is dressed fancy, but it is a lot more subdued. It's just like a plain light blue dress, maybe like a touch of frilling at the cuffs, but a lot less over the top and ostentatious. And she seems to be talking to a few other various like minor nobles. You would, I think, with that perception, I think you would hear that her name is Lady Lucrezia Marthane.
Can I just overhear her conversation?
Yeah, you can just try to listen in.
Yeah, just try and listen in on that.
All right, give me another perception check on that.
Yep.
Okay. You overhear her talking. She's like, "Yep. I'm just visiting a cousin. I'm from Casimir, so I'm just in town for the festival. Listen, this whole Jubilee, it's quite interesting. A lot of cool local customs. But I really must be going. Lots of people to talk to. It's been a pleasure talking to you." With that perception, it seems like she is like quickly. You listen to her for a few minutes. She's basically talking about how she's someone's cousin and just quickly moving from group to group, not really stopping very long at any of them to engage in like a meaningful conversation. It's all very
motive her.
Yeah, give me sense motive check.
And who is the person causing all the trouble that we heard was going to show up here?
The Night Swan?
Yeah, the Night Swan. Okay, that was it.
Yeah, the Night Swan.
I don't know. That's a pretty good roll on
Ooh,
sense
on that
motive.
nat 20. So, first of all, judging by like the facial expression she's making and the tone of her voice, she is not anyone's cousin at this party. She's gate crashing for sure. In addition to that, her conversations, you realize something about her conversations. They are surface level when people talk to her, but she is very adept at getting others to reveal details back to her. So it seems like she is not trying to gain any influence right now, but she is here under a false pretense, and she is working the crowd much the same as you guys are.
Can I just like come up alongside her as she's moving around?
Yeah, I'll say this will be the last thing you can do for your social round, but yes, you can come up alongside her.
Not like sneakily, like noticeable.
Sure, I figured you were like
Yep.
talking to her normally.
And I'll just like quietly mention that Night Swan business. That's tough stuff, right?
Yes, I've heard about her. She seems to be certainly causing a ruckus for the Count over there. Nods, back inside the open like entryway where the Count is kind of like, oh yes, we are most amused, just kind of like laughing in the doorway.
Indeed, for the Count. No other obvious connection.
Connection to the Count. Do you think it's someone he knows?
Probably someone here. Maybe someone's cousin.
Give me a... Hold on. Just here. Behind the DM screen stuff over here. She smiles, and she's like... I suppose everyone is someone's cousin?
Someone's cousins do great work. And I'll just walk away.
You don't see as you like turn around, but she kind of like stares you down from behind. Like looks you up and down and turns to go talk to other people at the party. Alright, next up is Olivia.
I'm 100% I'm marrying Machiavelli off this session.
God damn it. What a
Life
turn.
goals.
Give me a perception check. Did you see Machiavelli go outside?
Oh, hold on. Yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
I just
We can keep that diplomacy roll and double back to it. I'm gonna say retroactively give me a stealth roll, Machiavelli, because you would have gotten to oppose that. $25 though, could be hard to beat. Oh yeah, Olivia, you see Machiavelli go outside.
I think he went this way. I'm gonna lead him outside.
Alright, with that diplomacy check, what are you trying to say to the Lady Palfina?
I'm just talking about how much she's gonna love Machiavelli. He's like
Palfina, excuse me.
strong silent type. Sometimes he broods. Just off in a corner.
Oh, the strong, silent type. Well, that's fine, I suppose. How are his ambitions? His wealth as well?
He has ambitions. I'm not sure if I could publicly discuss them in any capacity.
Oh, are they business? Political?
Oh, it's we do have business aspirations. And as soon as she mentions business, Olivia's going to go off on a tangent about her business dealings with God, what was the other dude's name from the party?
Oh, from the Senate party?
Yeah.
I'll double check in 1 second. I can pull up the notes in a second from the book one, but
Yeah.
Something.
huh?
It's something, right?
I believe so. Well, O'Kara was not the business guy; he was a different guy as well.
Oh, alright.
No, but
I'll pull it up in 1 second. But yeah,
but-
you would mention his like prominent business empire.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, I basically, as soon as she mentions business, I just drop the marriage thing entirely, and I just go into my my business plans with this guy.
Well, she's still decently influenced. You get an influence off right there.
I mean, it's her fault, really. Should have just stuck to politics. She might have gotten a son-in-law.
That was Duke, magnate Duke Georgie. He's a business magnate.
Yeah. Georgie.
Hey, Georgie. All right. So let's mark down another success for her. Getting close to influencing her. All right. That's gonna bring us to Phineas O'Gare.
So I'm going to put my hand on his shoulder conspiratorially and lean in, and I'm going to give him Touch of Rage and say, I bet none of those rich assholes out there have even ever seen a real sword. Someone should show them. Someone should show them what it's like in real life, not just dancing and parties and hors d'oeuvres.
Touch of Rage. It's one of your abilities. Does it have any somatic components?
No, it's a supernatural ability.
Yeah, it's just supernatural, right? Touch of Rage. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about. So, is there? I guess he doesn't even know it's happening. But I'm gonna give him. No, I don't think he does. I think he would just accept it. He's already drunk off of Dwarven Fire Ale, so he's already raging.
Yeah, so, he's already raging.
Give me, as you kind of continue, amp up the rage effect, give me a diplomacy check, and I'm going to lower his DC from the book, because I think this would be much easier now.
21.
You know what? I bet all these yellow-bellied fools haven't even seen a sword. You're right. How about you, me, go put on a display? And he, takes the sword, kind of wrestles it out of his scabbard, and starts just fucking hacking at shrubbery, and just causing a whole fucking scene as he starts slashing.
I slink away and I turn back into Phineas.
Okay, you successfully. I think you wouldn't even have a chance to see that, as he is completely otherwise disposed right now. So he's gonna do that. Eventually, some of the other guards and servants come up and come on, Titus, let's go this way. Look, at the Count said you should go back to your room for now. Come back out there a little bit later. And they start to lead him away, but everyone has definitely been giving him looks, and he's out there for 10 minutes fucking around. All right, last person of the last round of social for now. Galatus, what would you like to do? And after this, we'll probably take our first 5-minute break.
So when what's his name, Titus is in there, would it be anything where some help would be useful to settle him down, or do they have it taken care
of? You think he probably has enough staff that they can settle him down.
All right.
Not before he's embarrassed himself and his family name a little bit, but.
Well, no, we wanted to make sure that happened.
Yeah, I think you would see that Titus the Count, once he hears about it, would dispatch people to go deal with it.
All right. Well, I will spend one more round with this lovely lady and attempt to influence her to my point of view.
It's gonna be. Is that with the +2?
No.
Okay, then that is gonna be a success. You start to lose the ex-legate's interest for a minute, but luckily you bring it back around as you discuss. You kind of see that she's losing it about the political side of things, and switch it back to how would you distribute the troops across the nation if you were trying to restore order? And she's like, yeah, that's an interesting question. And she kind of dives back into the combo.
Okay.
So that is another success. She is one of the ones that it takes the longest to success, just because she is...
She's more powerful.
She's
much
powerful,
more desirable.
She's not very friendly to people. She's not the most personable noble at this party. All right. With that success, the next thing we are going to do, once we come back from a break, you guys are going to go into the first event of the night, which is going to be a jousting tournament. So anyone that wishes to sign up can do that. You could also spend the jousting doing like social rounds still. You don't have to be part of the joust.
Alright, I
Can I
got
social joust somebody?
Well, Gallatin social.
There's also for those who aren't this is event number 2. There's an event number 2A for those who aren't into jousting. There is also a game of Trucko going on. It's a little short distance from the jousting field and like the lanes that are being set up. This is kind of like a combination between billiards and golf. It's a game that involves skill and control using long-handled spoons to knock hardwood balls on a field through various rings and into other opponents' balls. So that could be something you could try as well, or you have social rounds. Basically, it's Trucko, jousting tournament, or social rounds. So you guys think about that. We're going to do a quick 5-minute break. If you all are watching the stream, please stick around for a quick ad break, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
real quick. I'm gonna add
of the Vix from Malifaux.
Alright. And now,
Oh, I love the Vix.
Muted. Let's get the BRB screen away. And we're back. Alright.
Awesome.
So, we're gonna kind of just go in order of events here. Or actually, well, we can just do, yeah, we'll go in order of events. So who would like to be part of the jousting tournament?
I asked Toddy if they'd like or are interested in jousting at all.
Is she good at strength stuff? Well, she can't ride a horse with a snake tail, so probably not.
True. But she does have a +2 to strength.
She's like, I have a tail. I don't really like riding horses, so I'm probably pretty good. Probably fine without
That's
it.
acceptable.
Nobody in our group can ride horses and do combat.
No one can horse.
It's quite sad, actually.
Too bad Titus is missing it as well. Oh, shame.
Okay. Do you want Valerie
I'm gonna
to try to
do-
go in your stead?
He can't ride horses either, apparently.
Okay. All right. Well, in that case, we won't worry.
It's a
about-
good thing we got that horse and carriage, or we would have been in a lot of trouble getting out here.
Yeah. I'm going to roll to see who is gonna win.
I'm gonna do a bunch of drugs before the other competition.
Speed this up with our d20s. Titus is disqualified because he has been led away.
Shame.
I feel like you're going to get disqualified from their golf tournament for using
Drugs.
performance-enhancing drugs.
That's magic, dude. It's within my... Are magic abilities explicitly disallowed?
The winner is Baron Nicholas O'Kara.
Woohoo!
We like him.
Mm-hmm. And the runner-up, who's the runner-up? My math is messed up. The runner-up is someone called Lady Mona Citus. All right. So, who wants to do the golf game? And Lady Monacitus, don't worry too much about her. She's just like a regular minor noble.
Alright.
She's not like one of the key players here. So basically, right now your choices are your PC can either play Trucco or they can do social rounds.
So I have a question. Are drugs just like, can I do magic before the Trucco?
I mean, it's a big palace. You can try to find somewhere and do something quietly.
I know, but like if somebody finds out that I cheated with magic, is it like disallowed, like explicitly,
It's not
or is
like
it like a gray area?
necessarily explicitly disallowed, but people would probably frown on you for it because the rest of them aren't using magic.
Yeah,
Well,
I think he's
that's
worried about
because they're
drug
weak.
testing in the winter circle.
Yeah.
They're probably not going to drug test you.
I'm- Okay, cool. I'm gonna buff up real quick, and it takes like a minute or two, and then I'm gonna go do the Trucco. I'm not gonna reduce person because that's really obvious.
Let's see. Toddy, are you interested in Trucco at all? I don't even know what this is, really.
It's like a mix of golf and like lawn bowling.
Yeah,
Croquet.
I got
It
that,
sounded like
but
croquet,
I was just, kind of speaking in character.
Oh, okay. Toddy's like, well, I don't think both of us could try, but one of us could.
Oh, what skills are used for this golf?
For Trucco,
Yeah.
basically it is going to be dexterity checks. If you are proficient in wielding light hammers, you get a +2.
All right. Well, how about you? Sign on. I'll cheer you on from the sidelines.
All right, I'll try. All right. So is it just Toddy that's doing this? Toddy.
I'm pretty sure Machiavelli
All right, Toddy,
and
Machiavelli,
Olivia.
and Olivia.
Olivia is 100% gonna do golf.
All right.
What's-
So we're gonna go into social combat essentially. So we're gonna roll for initiative. When it's the turn of the people who are playing Trucko, they can play Trucko. While Trucko's happening, you have enough time for 4 social rounds. And Trucko might last longer than that. You might finish Trucko so fast if you do so well that you still have time for some socials. It'll depend on your rolls and whether you win. So once everybody's ready, just click your token, roll initiative, and we'll get into a mix of lawn games at the party and subterfuge.
Should I roll for Toddy's initiative or my initiative?
Toddy's.
Alright. So, just this -3, so that's an 8.
Here, I'll change it.
-2, sorry.
-2? Okay, so... 8. Alright. So we are going to start with Olivia.
That didn't.
Oh, did yours not
I'm
go
at-
through? Oh yeah, you got a 10.
Yeah, I'll fix it.
I got it, it's cool. So actual first person would be Galatus.
All right. Well, I need a new target here. Who we identified but haven't really influenced yet.
Give me a perception check. See who's around that you and your companions haven't like made attempts to influence. All right, that's a 12.
And that's an aid check. And it's actually a 14. So
Oh, yep. So that's a 16 total. That's actually not too bad. All right. So there's more of a minor noble. There's Sir Gol Gisarn. He's a half-elf who used to work as a seneschal for the previous Count Lothid. Also, give me a knowledge local about him as you kind of spot the half-elf out of the crowd. So you would know that he was the kind of unofficial, like, head of secret police for the Lothid family. Not your side of Lothid family, but not Martella, but this, aristocratic side. And he was, like, very keen on ferreting out people who were, like, dissenters and, like, not supporters of that family. For now, it seems like he's retired now, though, because he worked for the previous count.
okay.
And you would also, I think, for that perception check, people have talked to Tribune Honora, but no one's really influenced her yet.
Okay. Well, I'll go with this guy.
Okay.
I want to find out about his spy network.
Sure. All right.
So I will go over there and introduce myself.
Sure. Here,
I'm
give me
a
one
Galatus
second.
Talon.
I'll, pop up the art for you. What do you say to him? Go ahead.
I'm a Galatus Talon, and I'm a new tribune for this area. Moved in over at the, and I fill in the name.
All right. He's like, Sir Gol Gisarn.
Ah.
You.
He seems determined.
He is. You can see that, like, I'd say either give me like a heal check or a knowledge nature check or something. You can try to determine how old this guy is.
Okay.
16. He is a half elf.
Well, +2.
+2 is 18. So yeah, with an 18, you would know that he looks deceptively young. He looks really determined. His eyes look much older than his face. He's probably in like his 80s at least.
Okay.
You can also see that, harder to see from the image, but he is very prominently wearing the golden key of Abadar around his neck.
So, I will attempt to talk with him
Okay.
and do a sense motive and see what I can discover.
Yep, give me a sense motive check to discover his weaknesses. That is a 19.
+2,
+2.
+8.
And Valeros kind of like whispers like, "Hey, do you see like blah, blah, blah," like whispers like some extra details that you might have missed into your ear as he's kind of just he's like looking around, like making sure your back's covered, all that good stuff. So
He
you
likes to
would
help out.
know that he could be influenced by appraisal checks, as he's kind of he still helps out the family with their financials sometimes. And you'd also know he's very keen on the god Abadar.
Mm. Well, as a religious man myself, I believe we do have a bit to talk about.
Indeed.
Ooh. Not the best role, though.
I'd enjoy talking with you about it. After all, I'm retired. Don't have much going on with the family right now. That is not enough to give him an influence check, though. Although, give me a sense motive check.
Sorry?
Give me a sense motive check on him. He's barely trying to lie. He's not retired.
Ah, okay.
What you heard about him was that he was the seneschal and kind of like point man for the previous Count Lothid. It doesn't seem like he's quit.
All right. Good to know. Then, do I have any more time here, or is that my...
That's probably it, I think.
Okay.
So you begin talking. He doesn't seem overly hostile or anything, though, so he's definitely willing to keep talking. Next, as Galval goes off and talks over there, that is Machiavelli. What are you doing, Machiavelli?
Golf time.
Hell yeah, let's get some fantasy golf. Alright, so are you proficient with light hammers?
Yes.
Alright, then you can go ahead and make a dex check with a +2 for this first round of Trucko. The goal is to score, first person to score 7 points wins.
So that'd be 18?
18. That is that with the bonus from heroism as well? Because this is technically an attack roll.
That is not. So that'd be 20?
Okay, so you exceed it by an additional 5. You gain 2 points as you successfully hit an opponent's ball out of the way while also sinking your ball through one of the rings. So you're at 2 out of 7.
Nice.
There's a very like quiet like. There's like a lot of like golf claps. Next up is Olivia, who is doped up to do this fucking golf tournament. Even with those two, even with that +2, that is not going to be enough. You try to go for kind of like a spiteful hitting away of your opponent's balls, and your ball just rolls straight by. So no points are achieved. Tanith, you're like, yeah, you're cheering on Toddy as she's kind of just like, you know, hissing to herself as she tries to concentrate. Go ahead and give her a dex roll. Is she proficient in light hammer?
She's proficient in literally every simple and martial weapon. So
Okay,
yes.
so she'll get a dex +2. And then, of course, +2 from heroism, because it hasn't been 200 minutes yet.
Alright, so let's see. So that's...
Although after this part, the 200, after this round of social and stuff, the heroism is going to be done.
25.
25. That is going to do it, and let's see. You're going to get 3 points as she just like, ting, 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 bounces it off of like 2 other enemy balls, and then goes straight through the final. Yes! Told you I could do it. Everyone's kind of just like, wow, Snake Lady is pretty good. That's quite impressive. You know, I heard the Duke, or the Count especially liked her because she was arcane or something. I don't know, it's very interesting. We should talk to her later. People just like start muttering about Toddy. Next up is Phineas.
Are they dancing to music or anything right now?
There is pretty much a constant stream of music from like a few local bands. Not even local. They probably brought some in from the capital. So there's always a few people dancing.
Phineas would approach Dame Parthena and Sepsina and ask if Sepsina would dance.
Give me a diplomacy check. So this is the girl in the blue.
18.
Right. Well, first of all, Dame Parthena is like, go, dance with the man. And Sepsina kind of blushes, and she's like, all right, okay, let's. All right. She like holds out her hand. You take it, lead her to the dance floor. What are you saying as you start dancing? She looks like she's like got like nervous sweats at the moment. She's like stressed out.
It's all right. I'm not much of a dancer myself. It just looked like you might needed a break from what was going on with your mother.
Oh. That's quite kind of you, actually. What did you say your name was?
Phineas O'Gare.
Sepsinia. A pleasure. Listen, I don't really go in for all these parties and grand things. It stresses me. I'd rather just be reading a book, to be honest.
Oh, I enjoy reading myself. What's your favorite?
Oh, well, honestly, I've been delving into a lot of the Pathfinder Chronicles. I'm especially interested to some of the missions they've gone on in Garund. A whole other continent. It's gotta be amazing.
That's pretty incredible. I'm quite a fan myself, and can I do Dungeoneering to do like a kind of a story or whatever?
Yeah, sure. I'd say Dungeoneering would be great for one of the Pathfinder journals.
Oh, he's bound to catch up with me.
Yeah, you try to bluster your way through a story, and about halfway through, she's like, "That is a really good one, but that happened in Avestan. That's the continent we're on now. It was still a good story. It's still a good story, but you know,
I'm terribly embarrassed by my memory.
it's all right. You know, it's not your fault. I'm sure. I'm sure you know you love the books just as much as I do. That is not going to be an influence check for her though. But she does keep dancing, so maybe next round.
Okay.
All right, brings us back to Galatus. This is round 2 of the social, is what's going on right now.
All right, so I'm going to attempt to, again, with this Sir dude here. Okay.
Oh,
so
with,
was
Sir guy, yeah.
was sense motive an option?
Let me double check. I'm panning back down his page. It actually is for him, yes. Sense motive could be used as an influential thing for him.
Okay. Well, we'll go with that then. So 31.
So in reality, you know, he doesn't actually have his crossbow out or anything like that. But
Sure.
His fingers kind of play around the hilt of an ornate dagger. And as he looks the pair of you over, he's like, the pair of you are quite the set of influencers here, aren't you?
Well, new area, trying to get to know the lay of the land.
Of course. Listen, I respect a skill with words as much as I do a skill with a bow. Perhaps there is more we can discuss. Let's stick around while they do their blustering with lances and, well, silly games. Perhaps I could pick your brain on a few different points.
Absolutely.
Right. And that is going to be a success for gaining some influence with him. All right. next up is Machiavelli, as the one Galatas is talking to is kind of respecting the subterfuge and kind of perhaps spycraft going on here. All right. Hello. That was weird. Sorry, my audio cut out for a second, so I couldn't hear you guys.
I was asking if Lady Lucrezia, I think that was who I saw outside, is still around.
She is indeed.
Just keep an eye on her.
Okay. Yeah, you see, she's kind of leaning against the lists, like the lists, like the long runways of the jousting tournament. Just kind of watching.
Okay. And then golf. Nat 20.
Hell yeah, you are actually going to gain 3 points right there with that success. As you successfully, you kind of ignore the opponent's wooden balls and just manage to do this like long curving bank shot where you get through like 3 hoops in one go.
I had two the last time?
Yes, I believe you got 2 the last time. Or what was your roll last time? Let me go check.
18, I think. 18 or 20.
It was 18, so that's not quite enough. You would have gotten 1 last time, so you're up to 4. Currently, and then there's like some other nobles playing with you. Each one of the 2 other nobles has 1, and then Toddy also has 3. So you're the lead right now with 4. And that brings us to Olivia.
I just want to apologize to all my. She has 0.
Oh, right.
No, wait, yeah,
0.
0.
Yeah. I would like to publicly apologize to all my fans. I know I made some wrong choices here. I used performance-enhancing drugs. I know people looked up to me.
Are you saying
No,
that the goers? They're just like, what are you talking about?
No.
Okay, is that with your +2 from the gods?
No. It's
Okay,
26.
you get 3 points as well.
Never mind. Cheers, win. Dad.
They're like, what's he doing with his arm? I don't know. Does he have a twitch? That was a weird thing he just did with his arms. Well, no accounting for taste. All right. And with that, we move on to our next turn. That is Tanith, but in this case, it is Toddy trying to go for another...
Nat 20!
Jesus fuck. The NPCs are getting absolutely cooked. All right, you get another 3 points, bringing you up to 6, which is 1 shy of winning.
Beat that, fakers.
Wow. Okay. That was truly wild. Moving on.
I just need 2.
I will try to redouble my efforts.
Sure.
So 20. The bonus is off, right? Or is that still going?
It's going until the end of this social combat, and then the bonus of the gods will be used up.
All right, so 22.
22. This time you were actually much more able to kind of spin a tale about some Pathfinders who went into Raha-Doom, which is like the only truly atheist country in the world. They ban all religious practices, and they actually have an order of priest hunters. So you tell this tale about like, oh, there was this group of Pathfinders who kind of snuck in on a ship and managed to recover some important Desnan artifacts, like statues of Desna, holy scriptures, etc., etc. And she's like, oh, I read about that one. Yeah. Oh, it's so cool. You know, the way the wizard, I think his name was Ezrin, he employed this illusion technique to smuggle them out in a boat. And you're just like, yeah, of course. And you guys really hit it off that time. As you begin influencing the daughter. So that is a point for Sepsinia, excuse me. My phone absolutely hates me trying to enter these names for note purposes. It's just like, nah, fuck you, there's no way that's a real word. Alright. So that's a success for Phineas. That was 2 rounds of social, which brings us back to Galatus and Valeros, who are both over by Sir Gisarn. What would you like to do?
And we will continue talking with him.
Okay.
So, as I look around this crowd, I see a few things going on, but I'd really love to know what it looks like. What do you see that I don't see?
All right, give me a diplomacy check.
Ooh.
Oof. Nat 1. It's still insane that your nat 1 is 50.
You're fishing for information. And while I admire your attempts, I'll just tell you this. You shouldn't bite the hand that feeds you. And with that, we're going to move to Machiavelli. Machiavelli, if you ace a 3-pointer here, you win, because you'd be the first one to get to 7.
He just
And
needs.
I wailed this thing as hard as I can with strength instead of dex.
Oh wait, doesn't he have only a maximum thing of 3 because he got an 18 then
Alright, I'm going to say... I'm going to say you can whale it with strength, but you don't get the +2 from being proficient with hammers. Because this is not the
That's
way
fine.
the instrument's intended to be used.
As hard as I can.
Alright,
Is
you
it
run up
wooden?
and just fucking Happy Gilmore swing for the fences. Just bounces off a bunch of metal blockers set up in the course, and somehow you sink 2 points. You're at 6 out of the required 7 to win.
Can I request a referee to foul him for that?
Sure, give me a diplomacy check.
+2.
The referee turns back around, and he's just got a huge fucking spinach puff half bitten in his mouth, and he's like, "What? I'll allow it." He raises his glass.
And while I have his attention, I'm just gonna point at the snake person that's scored 6 points in 2 rounds, and I'm gonna be like, we're gonna just let that happen too.
I think we should have some drug
leans-
tests. I
The
say
ref
aloud.
leans into Olivia, and he's like, "Look, miss, I'm gonna be honest with you. That snake girl is freaking me the fuck out. I took some hints of flay leaf before this, and it's been a bad trip with that snake thing around here. And honestly, if it wasn't for the fact the Count was interested, I'd agree with you. But man, I'm not gonna fuck with the Count."
Yeah. You know what? I can respect being scared of your boss.
Yes. Anyway, continue. The game is afoot. He raises his drink and cheers. All right, go ahead and make your roll for the game.
21.
That is 2 points, bringing you up to. So I believe the score Machiavelli leads at 6. You are at 5. Let's go for the 2 nobles again. The 2 nobles are respectively at 3 and 2. They're getting actually kind of stomped right now.
Yeah, and then next it's the person that's rolled ridiculous. Hopefully we get a 1 so that we can keep playing.
Dang, 13.
That is not a success. You gain 0 points.
Damn.
Still in the running, boys. Fantasy golf's heating up. Hey, Phineas, go ahead.
I'm going to switch tactics a little bit, and instead of using Knowledge Engineering, I'm going to use Knowledge Arcana based on her reaction to the spells that were being slung in the story.
Ooh, look at you paying attention.
16.
That is going to be a successful influence check. Sepsina blushes, and she's like, "Look, my mom is all about proper form, and which fork to eat with, and which excuse my language, which, heckin' thing to use for napkins. But here's the thing. I bought a few sheafs of paper. It's not a proper spell book, but when those traveling merchants came into town, I got some illusion spells. And I've been trying to learn how to do it, but it's so hard. The arcane geometries, it just doesn't make sense. But it's really interesting, isn't it?
You know, I could take a look at that and show you a few things. Maybe even teach you a spell I know or two.
You do that?
Of course.
Wow. This is like the first time you've really seen, like, she's clearly has got some, like, undiagnosed anxiety. It's not medicated. This is the first time you've seen her, like, she has a really big smile on her face right now. So you continue to hit it off with Sepsinia. Which brings us to the third round of social / fantasy golf, with Galatus.
All right, so I'm going to try this again, but I'm first going to study target to give me a +1 against him.
Okay.
And then I'll go ahead and roll my diplomacy.
Give me
and
a perception check as you study target. He's doing something very similar back at you as you guys size each other up.
all right. And then I'm going to use my social panache to add 3 to the roll.
So rounding up to a 35, right, with the heroism?
And then Valorous is going to help out.
Good. Jesus, fuck. He's like, listen, I'm an older man, at least compared to you. I'll admit you've piqued my interest, you and your man here. Look, I may be well-dressed now, but I wasn't always that way. I was a low-born bastard of one of the minor Lothied cousins. And while certain pastimes of the Lothied clan are less than desirable, I still support them. I will offer you some advice, though. They are not without faults. I am loyal, but at the same time, I'm not blind. I have a great wealth of experience in investigations and, well, interpersonal skills. I would offer you this advice as a fellow man of skill. Trying to sway the servants and men-at-arms of the Count could be quite difficult. That being said, trying to sway the common man, the citizens, perhaps less so.
I see. I imagine they do not view the Count with much favor.
He shakes his head. Some do, some don't, but I would say the majority don't.
Very well. Well, I certainly appreciate your advice. It has been very interesting talking with you.
You as well. Your guys are each going to get 600 XP for getting some information out of Sir Gisarn. This is our first XP of the night. Hell yeah.
Sorry, I've been too busy with the side conversation to hear what was going on.
600 XP.
So,
I'll drop it.
alright.
All right. So with that, good success. Valoros is like, look, boss, do we trust him?
Oh, of course not. Not yet, anyway. But he has given us a couple of things that we should be able to verify.
Shakes his head and he's
You know
like,
what?
you know, you're really good at this whole subterfuge thing.
I wish. I'm still learning the ropes.
Well, then I'll learn right there with you. Kind of, you take the lead and he follows behind you.
All right.
All right, that is at the beginning of round 3. That's the beginning of round 3 for social combat, I believe. Machiavelli.
Real quick. Before he takes his swing, I want to do something.
What are you trying to do?
God damn it.
I want to try to daze Machiavelli right before he makes the hit.
You would know Daze does have somatic components, so people might spot you doing this and hear you talking the spell.
I got a high enough bluff. I can do it.
You can try.
I don't. We're still only level 4. Yeah, Daze still works. Fuck.
Yep. This is the only time I'm gonna get to use it, PvP wise.
All right, make a will save, and then a perception check if you pass. All right, Machiavelli is going to be dazed for a round, but I'm going to roll for the ump as well.
Can I roll a perception on that?
Yeah, you can roll perception on it too because you're playing the game. I have dropped.
Spellcraft to identify. Hold on. Never mind. No idea what it is.
You think he did some sort of magic, but the ref on a wonderfully high perception check is going to be like, hey now. That's none of that. Your friend here is going to take the round off as well.
What? No. Oh, sorry. I'm from a different. Hey. I'm from a different area.
He drinks from the glass of wine and he's like, all right.
Just...
And he motions to Olivia to take her turn.
You didn't even allow me to do a bluff.
He got 25. I win.
Yeah. You know, I'm just from a
25.
He rolled very well. He's like, look, I'm not gonna throw you out or anything, but you're gonna take a bye round.
All right.
Doesn't matter. Olivia just won.
Olivia, you sink the final wooden ball through a hoop, and everyone's like, oh, she did quite well. She did quite well. That was very impressive. Thank you. That was very good. All right.
She just nods.
We have a winner. They hold up your hand, and let me double check on your prize for beating the rest of them. You are going to get a silver chalice emblazoned with the Lothid family's owl heraldry, worth 100 gold pieces.
Ooh.
Machiavelli throws his club, breaks it over his knee. All right, so that means Taylor, I'm going to give you a buy round here because your side character has here. So we're going to go to Phineas. And then this next round, everybody's going to get to do one last social round. For this time period. Phineas first.
I just discussed magic with her since that's seems to have lit her up so much.
Okay.
So 23.
I want a knowledge arcana check. I'm gonna give her a knowledge arcana check, see if she can start learning from you. What are you trying to go over there? You look over her papers, you realize that some of them are just mere like cantrips. One of which is prestidigitation.
I'll explain the somatic component part of it and how she can read that notation.
All right, she starts to like sound it out with you and seems to make a decent progress of it. And she's like, "Wow, this must be really impressive. You know your magic."
Leviosa.
And she is quite taken at the moment. Perhaps not romantically, but certainly she is taken with the idea of you as this kind of tutor of the arcane. Then it's going to be final round of social combat for the morning. This is going to be the last, unless someone else redeems another bonus from the gods in the chat. This will be the last of your bonus.
Okay, so have I pretty much accomplished what I could with this guy?
Pretty much. He's not terribly... He's very loyal. You don't think there's much more room to influence him.
Okay. All right, so I will go find the Baroness that I was talking with and make another attempt to influence her. And I'll go with the knowledge history, which was not well rolled.
Not quite enough to make an influence check. All right. That it's gonna be Machiavelli.
Is there anything left on golfing?
Not really.
I'll just keep an eye on who I assume is the what's her face, Night Swan.
Oh, on a Lady Lucrezia?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. You continue to spy on Lady Lucrezia. Give me a perception check. That's not the right dice. There's the correct dice for your campaign.
15 if she's human.
She is indeed human. You barely beat her sleight of hand check. As you see, she moves away from the lists where the final rounds of the joust are going on, which you know earlier that I already rolled. Okara is going to win. The fabric of her less ostentatious blue dress kind of presses against her right leg. You notice that she has a dagger strapped to the inside of her thigh. Or like the outside of her thigh.
Okay.
And that's going to be Olivia.
I'm gonna. So I'm going to head over to the obvious, like the person that we think is the like just that we know shouldn't be here, or Machiavelli has relayed that shouldn't be here.
The
I'm gonna talk to her.
Or who he
Yeah.
thinks is the Night Swan here.
Yeah, definitely suspicious.
Okay.
But I'm also gonna look for like other people to influence on my way over there.
Okay, give me a perception check because you're on the way to Lady Lucrezia. Apart from the ones you've already seen, you don't really see any additional movers and shakers at this time.
Okay. Does 16 senility? Or
No, I was calculating it with the 16.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna walk over to her. Can I like? Is it sense motive to see what they influence?
For her, yeah, you can do a sense motive check.
Well, no, to like figure out what will influence her.
Yeah, you can do that to figure out what's gonna influence her.
Okay. 24.
24. Okay, give me 1 second. All right, so you are talking to Lady Lucrezia. You think she is interested in local affairs. Would be the best thing. But diplomacy also works. Also, someone's echoing. I don't know if someone's headphones came out.
Is it me? Hold on, let me check.
Test. I can still
Yeah,
hear
it's me.
it.
Hold on, I'm gonna reconnect.
Okay. Go for it. Yeah. So Olivia would know that the two best.
Fixed it?
Yeah, that sounds bad. I don't hear myself now. Olivia would know that
Okay.
the two best can be knowledge local or just like straight up diplomacy.
Knowledge local. Okay. Well, you're gonna give it a try.
You begin to talk local politics with her, kind of talking about the Tribune, who's in charge, how you guys might affect the town, etc., etc. Lady Lucrezia is like, you know your civil engineering and local lore quite well.
It's a total of like 37.
What was your name again? It's a pleasure to meet you.
It's Olivia. You can call me Liv.
I will at that, Liv.
That's what my friends call me.
Please, just call me Lucrezia. You don't need to throw the title lady in front of it. And you have a bit more of an in-depth conversation with her than the rest.
Yeah. Actually, never mind. I was gonna say that I feel like she would be able to get stuff out of me because I'm not very smart, but I am very smart, and this character is basically built to be a spy, so she's probably not giving anything up. She's trying to do the whole surface level thing with me.
Sure. Well, I mean, you've gained a little bit of influence here with her with that check, so.
I mean, I should hope a 37 passes.
Give me 1 second. Get her level, her initiative, her influence level down. Okay.
Did she have a picture or no?
No,
Okay.
she did not. All right.
Okay.
So, going to Tanith and Toddy. You have one last round of
All right.
social.
So, Honora, right? They're a craftsy fellow, right? I am going to go up to him. Well,
All right.
Little Bird told me that you are a quite a notable craftsperson. You might know me. I'm actually I used to be the sculptor for a noble family in Opara before they sadly passed away.
Oh, is that so? Yeah, I think everyone should be able to work with their hands to some degree. Otherwise, we stifle ourselves.
Indeed.
So you can make either a craft check. You could make a craft check to try to impress her as you talk about the finer points of crafting.
Right. Since this is probably like one of the only times I'm going to use this, I'm going to use my Rising Star ability to gain a +1 temp bonus to a check.
Hell yeah, absolutely.
Well, that is a 26.
All right, that is indeed enough to begin shifting Tribune Honora's perspective on you guys. And that is one success. She's like, oh yeah,
Oh.
She starts listing like I like leather work personally, but she like kind of starts going into it with you. So started laying the groundwork for Honora. All right, and with that, we're gonna go to Phineas for our final turn in this round of social.
So I'll go into how to do wearable components and that notation.
Sure, give me a knowledge arcana check. She struggles. She like partially casts prestidigitation, kind of making some like little sparks fly from her hand. She's like, oh, this is wonderful. We will have to catch up again soon.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for the dance and the conversation.
Thank you. And she goes back to her mother, who begins like grilling her for all the details. So that's doing quite well with Sepsinia. And with that, I'm going to minimize our turn order here. And you guys finish event 2. Also, I can hear the echo again.
Oh, fuck. Hold on.
Sorry to make you reset again. It just fucks me when I'm talking. I can't think. All right. So, at this point, Count Bartleby begins summoning, like, he starts, like, tapping his knife on a glass, and then holds up, like, a small gold cone to his mouth, which has a spell on it, seemingly to enhance his voice. Kind of booms out, he's like, Yes, we would like all of you to come over to the palace gardens. There'll be a short musical performance accompanied by drinks and a speech of the palace history, the meaning of the Tanager Jubilee, etc., etc. So he invites everyone over there. So are you guys trying to, like, sneak somewhere else, or you follow the crowd?
Olivia's gonna have a minor flash of PTSD because the last time somebody used a microphone like this, a bunch of people just fucking died and she got teleported. But she is going to follow the crowd.
Okay, all right, you guys follow the crowd. So, Bartley begins to ascend the stairs. Everybody give me a perception check. As he kind of climbs the stairs to like a small stage that his servants erected. Alright, Phineas, you don't notice anything. Okay, success. Okay. So everyone except Phineas. You guys see that as he's walking toward the stairs, you glance over the platform and like it's kind of just like, you know, like a little like wooden 2x4 stairs that were erected just for this one night. But the lot of you see that at the third stair out of 4, there is a tripwire. As you follow the lead of the wire, almost imperceptible in the bright noon sun, you see that secured under the platform, there is a crossbow with a kind of looks almost sticky black substance painted onto the bolt.
Which way is it pointed?
It's pointed so that if he trips it, it's going to shoot him in the legs.
Well, what step is he on currently?
He's on his way to it right now. So like you guys have a few seconds to react here, but not long. So I'm gonna pressure you to. You guys got to decide quickly.
Fuck.
I mean, yell stop.
Yeah, Olivia's also gonna yell.
Are we away?
All right. So, you guys are able to yell right as he's about to go up there. Anyone who yells, you can go ahead and give me a reflex save because just yelling isn't gonna be enough to stop him. You're gonna have to try to shove him out of the way.
I will try to do so as well.
All right.
Oh shit. Cat's grace is
That is
definitely.
7.
All right. Tana doesn't. But
Probably.
Olivia and Galatus like spring into action and just like grab the Count's shoulders and pull him back as his boot like catches the tripwire and the arrow fires straight over them, straight over the three of you. The arrow sinks the other way. He goes, "By the gods, what was that? Oh, get off me!" His Sir Gasarn and several guards rush to his side. Like,
You almost triggered a trap.
Yeah, you triggered the trap, and you're welcome. I'm pretty sure we just saved your life. Can I walk over to the arrow and try and identify the poison?
yep, you can
Or
find.
am
Give me
I
a
being
perception check to see if you. It kind of like fired into the garden. See if you can spot it in the bushes. 17. Yeah, you can find it. You can make a knowledge nature or a craft alchemy check to examine it. On a nat 20,
You have
Olivia
no idea.
realizes not only is this does this toxin derive from like black adder venom, it has been somehow through a process that you don't really know, has somehow been concentrated as though it was like 3 doses of that venom, and if it had hit, it would have rapidly sapped his constitution, quite capable of rendering him dead.
Are you all right, my lord?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, 'twas nothing.
Look, everyone, continue the festivities. We are fine. And look, this damnable night swan can't long to lay a low feed. Everyone, keep going.
I'll give him a little clap.
The crowd kind of starts going away. But there's some like muttering. It's like, what the fuck's going on? But his attitude towards you guys does improve by a step.
I'm going to examine the crossbow and the way the trap's set up, see if I can get any idea of its origin.
Sure. Give me an examination. Give me a perception check. Now that I will say, because you are directly looking at the trap now, you see that there has been one thing lodged in, kind of like the bolts that were used to secure the crossbow. There is a white swan feather kind of pinned there.
It looks like somebody's calling card.
Indeed, it does.
All right, I will retrieve it. And I'm going to take it over to Sir Guy and say, it looks like a calling card was left on the trap.
I told you it was that damn swan. Sir Gisarn, get out there and comb the grounds. He nods and starts directing different soldiers around. He leaves like 2 soldiers, Lotheed men-at-arms, to kind of protect the Count.
And I'll stick with him for now.
Okay. Is there anything else you guys want to say to him as we get ready for the next part? The next part is going to be event number 4 of the first day. This will be Feast of the Victor.
I'm gonna try and I'm gonna try and bluff him into thinking that it was just meant to injure him and not kill him.
Okay. Give me a bluff check, and it'll be opposed by the Count's sense motive.
This isn't like the main feast where the Night Swan's supposed to be on a balcony, right?
I'm aiding another.
This was just drinks and like a history lesson. This was not the feast.
Well, like
Phineas,
the upcoming.
This is 26. He seems confused by that. He's like, why would they not want to kill us? They oppose us at every corner.
Well, I mean, embarrassing a noble lord such as yourself can be just as effective as killing him.
I suppose.
I feel like
that's true.
having you as a vegetable, which I believe this would have rendered you, is about as good as killing you, but it doesn't leave as big a power vacuum.
Fucking fly.
Which,
He's like, be that as it may, I would appreciate it if you all return to the party. We'll have dinner here in just a few minutes. Go, enjoy the drinks that I laid out for this non-existent speech, that we laid out for this non-existent speech. Sorry, he uses the royal we.
Lame.
So I am going to come up to him. Sorry about that. After the feast, would you like to have our talk about magic and the uses of?
I would quite like that. Or we would quite like that, thank you.
It shall be. I'll go drink some various liquids.
Alright. With that, there's not actually going to be any social rounds listed between event 3 and 4. So this is going to bring us... Is last chance for everyone to do anything. That is quick.
I was going to ask, at what point would be 2 minutes before the feast so I can go to the balcony?
You would know that, they basically start ringing a bell. So, one of the servants in the bird mask is like, the feast will be put out in the ballroom. Everyone is to make their way there. We will begin the first course in 10 minutes.
This is the feast thing that, the night person is supposed to show up, right?
Yes, but I believe only Phineas has that intel, unless you shared it.
No, I'll go to the balcony to meet that person instead of the feast.
Do I see Phineas going to the balcony?
I'm gonna say make a perception check versus stealth, but he's gonna get a untyped bonus to that stealth roll because the whole crowd is moving inside to dinner.
Oh, it's so close, man.
Even without it is gonna be enough. That's Phineas. You sneak away, and let me see if the guards spot you, because the upper balcony is not where the feast is.
I just want to bring Snake Person with you.
All right, the guards don't notice you, Phineas, as you slip away.
Can I? We're wearing our masks and stuff, right? Or no?
Oh no, not yet. Not wearing masks yet. The mask ball is tomorrow.
Okay. Cool. I have a question. After this, can I seek out the craftsperson that we know about and see if she can make me a swan mask by tomorrow? Because I think that would be funny.
Okay. All right. So get some tense music going here. All right. So you're gonna seek her out in a minute. Phineas, you know, heart kind of racing as you know. Sometimes it's all about talking your way through spycraft. Sometimes you just got to make a move. You make your way through the upper landings and various floors of the Palace of Birds, the Palace of Birdsong. You know, seeing like there's all these kind of like tapestries, suits of armor, like everything super, super expensive. And you make it to the balcony in question where you gathered your intel. As you do, you see a figure crouched there. A figure in a swan mask. They are crouched on the rim of the balcony. Are you trying to sneak up on them, or do you want what do you want to do?
I'm not trying to sneak up on them, though. I'll crouch down so I'm not visible from below, but I don't make any effort to hide myself from them.
All right. See a woman clad in black leather armor trimmed with gold, a white cape, and a black and white swan feathered mask, a chain with a hook and a knife on her belt. This is undoubtedly the Night Swan. Who are you? What are you doing here? Her hand goes to the chain.
I am Phineas O'Care. I was sent by Princess Eutropia to try to improve the plight of the people here. She's very unhappy with how they've been managed.
She tilts her head. Give me a diplomacy check on that. Alright. Interesting. Okay. Well, I believe you're not here to bust me then. Look, I was just scouting out the place. What do you want?
How can we be of assistance to each other? Because I believe that you have similar goals to us.
Look. The system is broken. I don't even know that Princess Eutropia should be in charge. This is my own personal war against Taldor. Perhaps anarchy is what should reign. It worked for some of our neighbors to the north.
I've seen what it can do to families. It's not pretty. It won't be good for the people here. People here need a ruler who cares about them and who can see beyond their own nose, so to speak. Princess Eutropia is all about shifting things up for the better. Men, women, children, families, everyone.
Society's a prison, okay? But one thing I can agree with you is that the low feeds are making things a bit worse. I haven't seen any evidence that Princess Eutropia would make it as bad. Perhaps we can just stay out of each other's way.
Should I come across something that I think will assist you, is there a way to get a message to you?
Give me another diplomacy check.
How can it be lower? Damn it!
Alright, she's gonna make... Alright, look. There's a printer in town. He distributes a bunch of penny dreadfuls about my adventures. Helps bolster the mystique. I don't agree with you that anarchy isn't the best way out. The society, this whole cage of Taldor is rotten, and it is shackles upon its people. But if you need to get in touch with me, go to the printer in town. It's near the land holdings that you and your friends have recently acquired. Although I'm pretty sure none of you are the legitimate heirs. Alright.
Well, I wouldn't think that would bother you too much, considering the legitimate heirs are all assholes.
Yeah, you're right about that. If you need me, leave a note there. I'll find it. At this point, she takes the hook of her chain hooks it to the banister, and just like rappels off, and then flicks it, brings the chain back to her, and runs off across the lawn.
I sneak away from that location because I don't want anybody who saw her doing that to see me leaving.
Alright. We have
Come on, guys.
our first encounter with the Night Swan. Alright, let's give the guards their checks here. You are just barely able to slip in with the dregs of the crowd who had gone to the privy before dinner and make it back in. Although your partners in crime, the rest of the party, would likely have noticed your absence after a while.
Fair enough.
I'm just gonna tell a message to Frenius. What went on while you were gone?
You know, flare of magic as you send the message
What
cantrip
the-
over to him.
What crimes are we committing?
Well, I mean, the usual treason, conspiracy.
Sedition against the crown. All the greatest hits.
I spoke with the Night Swan.
Right. And by the way, this is the message spell, not the brooches. I am specifically talking.
Yeah, I figured it was the message spell. So you guys will be able to whisper back. No one seems to spot this conversation using the message spell. So with that, we are in the Feast of the Victor time. So, the meat for this feast is first paraded live before the hungry guests by servants dressed as sheep. Give me a sense motive check of the aristocracy at this ludicrous display. Alright, Olivia, that is going to be enough. Galatus is close. You guys assisting will help Galatus as well. Most of the aristocracy is like, yes, this is all very well and good, you know, very, it's just a display of wealth. He's showing that he has these, like, you know, fine livestock that can be slaughtered and cooked. And it's just kind of getting his soldiers to dress up in a demeaning way. Or his servants. But Olivia and Galatus, with some help from Machiavelli, you quickly spot that one person is less than enthused. That is the Baroness that you guys have been trying to influence. She seems to think this whole thing is, over the top and extremely distasteful. She appears repulsed by the sight.
I feel like degrading soldiers probably is upsetting her, yeah.
Well, these are servants, right?
These are some are servants, some are soldiers. There's a kind of a mix.
Okay.
During this point, Titus is kind of sobered up a bit, and he is at the head table, a few seats down from the count, and he loudly chastises one of the jesters, the Purple Finch, and he's like, "Oh, you don't even have a washroom or facilities to clean your clothes? You fucking loser!" He kind of just berates the jester. Do you guys do anything?
How's the jester reacting?
Oh,
Is he
he's
just
like,
taking it?
he's not happy. He's like kind of tearing up a little bit. It's just a rain of abuse.
What are the reactions from other people?
You can give me another sense motive check. Try to suss out the other people's reactions.
I don't know. It seems fine.
Phineas goes and very obviously does prestidigitation to clean the person's clothes.
Alright, so you clean his clothes. Olivia, it's hard to tell. Some people look like they're uncomfortable. Some are just like, whatever, he's a fucking jester. Who cares? This is fine. Alright, apart from that, I will say, hold on, let me give you some rolls here.
Can I try and talk what's his face a little bit, calm him down right now?
Talk to who, Titus?
Because yeah.
Yeah, we'll get into that in a second. So we're about to have dinner's going to be 3 rounds of social combat. But as you go over to prestidigitate and clean the guy off, You hear a loud, like, kind of clearing of the throat. You look up at Baroness Voynam, the ex-legate, and Tribune Honora. They both kind of, like, are sitting next to them and give you a nod as you clean the jester off. They're like, yeah, that was the right thing to do. However, the Count looks a little less than pleased.
So this kind of spooky music is.
Yeah, sorry. I'm gonna. Well, we're about to take a break here in a second. I'm switch us back to our banquet music. That was just for the risky side mission of meeting the Night Swan. We're about to have our 5-minute break here in a second. Once I just write down that you guys got another automatic success with Tribune Honora, as well as the Baroness. You guys are pretty close to successfully influencing here. So when we come back, we're going to initiate another round of social combat. There'll be 3 rounds. And after that, if we have some more time, we'll get into the next events. But we're going to take a quick 5-minute break here. If you're still watching, feel free to stick around and watch some ads. They're not going to pop up if you're already subscribed, but if you're not, it'd be a great way to support the channel. When we come back, we'll do our final hour. So see you guys in about 5 minutes.
I think the opposite is somebody with like a snake upper torso and a bottom human person.
That'd be pretty funny.
Oh, those exist. Hold on, what are they called? I remember. It's a race. Give me a second.
What are you talking about?
Yanti.
No, they have snake bottoms.
But they sometimes also have snake tops. And
There's one that's
human
like
bottom.
legged snake people in Pathfinder that I'm blanking on right now, but they get a bonus to charisma and strength, so they make great paladins.
That's
Everything makes a great paladin. Paladins are busted.
Dude, paladins for life, bro.
Never. Not unless I'm playing 2E and it's a champion instead. Paladin is playing Pathfinder on easy.
Alright. Cool. So we are back, friends. This is going to be the last hour of the stream. If you're watching, feel free to, if you have any points accrued, you can interact by spending those experience points in the chat. But for you guys, let's go ahead and roll for initiative again. We're doing social
Pause
combat.
for a second. Let me just mention something for you, Ben. So if you have Amazon Prime, you have this thing called Prime Gaming,
Oh, that's true. You do.
and it's literally free money. I did it earlier today. You know,
I saw. I appreciate
doubles.
that follow. It was very, very nice. Yeah, if you get a one free Prime follow for Twitch's any Twitch channel, and if you want to spend that free subscription on me, boy, would I love you forever.
You know what?
I tried to talk my dad how to do it earlier, but he was like, I don't fucking
You
know
know
how to do it.
what?
just get his Amazon login
All
and
right.
do it for him.
I see you. Tanith just subscribed with Amazon Prime in the background. I was like on a different tab, but I can hear there's like a chime that goes off whenever you do it. I was like, oh, speak of the freaking devil. Some extra muns in the bank. Appreciate you. All right. What the fuck? You guys both rolling 20s out here?
I think I go after, before Machiavelli.
What is your bonus to initiative? Machiavelli's got +2. You got +5. Yeah, so I'm gonna make Tanith is gonna be 20.5. Whoops. That's not what I wanted. There we go.
I took some performance enhancing drugs, so I got a +4.
Does anyone else overlap? I think we're all good. Okay. We are all good. So let's start a new round of social combat. That helping of the Jester kind of gave you some freebies in terms of your influences over the Baroness and the Tribune of the town. So let's start off with Tanith. Tanith, you're probably sitting next to Toddy. What would you like to do?
I would like to go talk to Tribune Honora again, see if I can get her score a little higher.
Hell yeah. You know, the feast is kind of like, this whole empire is very Roman, first of all. Instead of like long tables, the entire ballroom has been filled with like those, I'm blanking on the name, I should know this because I took Latin, but like the lounging couches that the Romans used for eating.
Mm-hmm.
It's filled with those. So, and the way Romans ate in real life, much like the Taldans do, is they go from location to location kind of at will. You get some food on the way, you go sit with someone else on the couch, you just move around the whole ballroom. So you move over back to the Tribune, and she's like, oh, Tanith, good to see you again.
Good to see you as well.
You must try some of these grapes. Divine.
The word you're looking for is like triclinium or whatever.
That sounds right.
Triclinium.
Fun fact, at my school we had to take math not math, of course we had to take math. Had to take Latin from 5th through 8th grade, but I sucked so bad they let me drop it after 7th.
Yay!
Yo, good for you.
Dude, that language is fucking stressful. Although I think if I had done it in college, I would have liked it more.
Imagine learning a dead language, like.
Yeah, it's.
I will.
Imagine learning a dead language that has fucking like 10 more conjugations than any language has ever needed. This post brought to you by Latin. All right, enough ranting about Latin. Sorry, Tanith, go ahead.
So yeah, I'll pop some few grapes. So tell me, Honora, what are some of your interests besides crafting?
Oh, well, let's see. I try to champion the cause of the people, make sure the aristocracy, knows that our little town does matter, and that, I've been trying to tell the Count that I hope he doesn't forget the little town, because if he does, they'll lose that support. It's a very important aspect of the job. And she looks around, she's like, look, I'll be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of the aristocracy, especially the Count. And all these aristocrats flaunting their wealth and power, whatever. I'd rather meet someone who's good at handling animals or can go camping in the woods, that kind of thing.
Yeah. So I'm guessing that survival and handle animal, and I am not good at either of those.
Yeah, those are some other good things that she likes. She's very, very down-to-earth person.
Does Toddy not count as
Yeah,
an
does
animal
Toddy
to
need those?
handle?
Do they have handle animal? Let me check. They do not have handle animal. Like, even as a skill that they can use.
Well, survival's
Like, they
untrained,
can
I believe. You could give it a whirl.
I don't think
They,
handle
I-
animal.
You would
they-
also know that if you have knowledge nature, that would apply too. Because she said the camping applies to survival and knowledge nature. So if you have that, that is another option.
I think I'm just gonna stick with my good old sculpture check because
Okay.
I got a
You can
plus
keep talking
7
about
with
crafting.
that. And on that one.
So close. That's not enough. And by so close, I mean it's not close. You got another one.
Yeah.
You guys are close to influencing her. She's one of the easier ones to influence. So that is going to be your turn as you kind of just chill on the reclining couches with the homies. So let's move on to Machiavelli. What are you doing during this lovely move-about dinner?
Avoiding that lady still.
Noted.
Do I see Lucrezia around?
Give me a perception check. She's eating at a couch near the back.
I'm gonna keep an eye on her.
Okay. Do you want to do anything else with your turn? Perception's not
Nope.
gonna take your whole turn. Okay. You just say. I'm gonna say, if you try to hone in on her again, it'll be easier because you're gonna willfully take this turn to focus.
Yep.
It's the Night Swan, by the way. Black Swan is
Sorry.
a popular movie that I didn't watch. Olivia.
You never watched Black Swan?
No,
It's pretty good.
I heard. I saw
I'm gonna
clips
look
of it.
for. Yeah, it's like if you like ballet at all, it's really good.
It's one of those ones.
I'm
that's
gonna
been
look
on my
for
list
any-
for a while. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna look for anybody to influence that we haven't already noticed. Like any other notable people.
All right. All right, Phineas, you describe the Night Swan. You don't really see anyone that you haven't talked to yet. The only one you haven't talked to is Duchess Valeto Lothide.
Ooh. Who's she? Do we know? Can I
Do a knowledge local check.
a local?
Okay, 22. All right.
Eric, you're echoing again.
Yeah, you are echoing again. This is gonna be. Oh, it seems to have stopped. That is gonna be enough. Sorry, I'm just interesting note about her. Give me one sec. She is one of the older Lothides. She is kind of like an aunt. bit more distant than that, but they call her an aunt to the Count. Give me 1 second to show you guys her art. There you go. That is that is Duchess Valetto Lothied.
And what's her relationship to the Count?
It's a whole complicated family relationship, but essentially she's like a great aunt.
Okay.
I am going to go talk to. Who do we have access to? I'm gonna go try and talk to the dame again. And we're gonna, I feel like we got interrupted earlier when I was discussing my business plans to.
Dame Parthena.
I'm basically, yeah, I'm basically gonna sell snake oil, but not like actually snake.
Yeah,
I
I understood the distinction.
Yeah.
All right, so go ahead, make your roll. She's like, perhaps you would be more comfortable accounting in one of the lesser townships. I don't know if you would be good for my daughter or, good for this conversation. I'm more interested in the Oparin economics, as it were. So that's not going to be success, but that is going to be Galatis.
All right. We're going to win over this Baroness if it kills me.
I hope it doesn't kill you.
Yeah, me too.
I hope she doesn't kill you.
Right, back to the Baroness.
All right, so I will use my charm and diplomacy. Ooh, there we go. Valeros didn't follow me over for this conversation.
All right, Valeros is probably just takes the break to get some wine, and maybe talk to a few people on his own. Try to do his own networking as someone who is
but mostly
under you.
Flirt with the servants.
Yeah, he probably flirts with the servants a lot, realistically. Okay, so you go over to talk to the Baroness, and that is most certainly a success.
Is it 3 successes?
It is not, but she is 1 success away from being influenced.
All right.
She's like,
we'll get there.
You really know your stuff, Galatis. Come, take a seat, have a drink. I'll have them bring us some of that good beer.
Ah, yes.
She calls over like one of the bird servants, and they kind of like shrug, like, yeah, we'll get that for you. So that is another success, which brings us doop-a-doop-a-doo over to Phineas.
I'll use my badge to ask anybody if they need assistance or have a suggestion for who I should go after.
All right,
You should.
radio everybody.
I'm gonna suggest we split up the dame and her daughter, and like take them from 2 different angles.
Okay.
So I'll approach Dame Parthena and Sepsinia and ask if I can sit next to Sepsinia and talk to her.
Sure, I'll go get us some more drinks. That would be lovely. Her mom kind of
I will
shoos her over to you. What do you want to talk about, Phineas?
So I'd like to know, what is it that you really desire? What is it you want? Not what your mother wants, but what is it you want?
She kind of blushes and she's like, look, I don't want to be part of the aristocracy. I just want to make some real friends, and if I can, I'd like to study magic.
Well, I think I can help with a couple of those, if you'd be interested.
Yeah, which ones?
Well, I don't know that I can get you out of the aristocracy, so to speak, but I can definitely help you make friends, and I can definitely teach you some magic.
Alright, give me a diplomacy check.
Nat 20, finally, it's back.
hell yeah. She's like, I would be honored to be your friend. Perhaps I could come by the mansion at some point?
At my lady's earliest convenience.
It's getting steamy.
Thank you, Phineas. Alright. Things going good with Sepsinia. You guys are gonna get 400 XP for fully influencing Sepsinia.
And now I make plans to have Machiavelli there every time we meet.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
That'd be pretty funny. Alright.
Better make sure we get the place cleaned up first.
Alright, so
Well, you know, Toddy ain't wearing a maid costume for nothing.
with that success, Tanith and Toddy, who is in the maid costume, let's begin round 2. Remember, you guys only have 3 rounds this time of social combat. So what would you like to do next? And remember,
Alright.
Toddy, if she has the same skill, she can try to assist you.
Alright, I have a thought then. I am going to meander over on down to the Count and where he's chilling.
Chilling like a villain. Alright, you head on over to Count Bartleby. Let's get his art up again, because it's fun.
But Artleby. Badoom ching.
Ah, the Arcane Caster himself. We are most pleased, I say.
I'm pleased as well. So, the matter of the hour, I would like to talk about some magic. Anything that your mind is currently on?
Well, I would love to discuss how you acquired such a servant.
It's a long story, but we do have some time.
Toddy kind of like, yeah, they deal with it. They bite their tongue, but they're like,
I'll do a message over to Toddy. Are you sure that you're fine with this? If not, that's fine. We can maybe bluff something out.
She like covers her mouth, like pretending to scratch her nose, and whispers back at you. It's like, whatever you think, whatever you think is gonna be good. We gotta influence this guy, or at the very least, find out what he's hiding.
Well, maybe we'll get to that story maybe after the feast, you know? Between wine and food, it's kind of distracting to tell a whole grand story. But for now, how about we just talk about some of the infinite intricacies of magic itself? Can I roll a spellcraft with Toddy helping me a bit?
Yeah, I'd say instead of Knowledge Arcana, you could substitute that with the spellcraft. And if she gets over a 10, that'll be an assist for +2. And remember, you guys don't have the God bonus anymore. That is gone now.
Yeah, this is just going to be the roll for the assist.
Okay, that's a good
So I
assist.
get up to +2, right? So that's 15.
Okay, 15. And you have previously influenced him a little bit. That is gonna be enough for another success, which kind of counteracts that he didn't like what you guys did to support the Jester. Alright. Well, that's quite fascinating. You know, I'm impressed that your servant here knows about the arcane as well. You both make compelling arguments. We must say that we focus mainly on imbuing our martial prowess with our arcane progress and kind of a mix of things. And you guys successfully get an influence check on him.
We kind of do that, but separately. She's the martial and I'm the magic.
A fascinating interpersonal system. And alright, he'll let you guys discuss more of that later, but let's move on to Machiavelli. Round 2. What's cracking?
I'll go sit down with Lady Lucrezia if she's still there.
Okay. She is still there in the blue dress. And I believe now you whispered to everyone earlier, right, that that you described what they look like, Phineas? Or what the Night Swan, if that's what you're trying to investigate?
Tanith was asking me through message, and I was
okay,
replying.
So that would just be Tanith who is suspecting that.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can go over and talk to her. She's still there.
What is it to know influence items? Sense motive?
Sometimes it's different things, but for now,
Okay.
it is sense motive for her, for Lady Lucrezia.
I would have told them what I knew. That like diplomacy and knowledge of local work.
Yeah, both those work well. I'm gonna say with the 19 as well. You know, knowledge local, diplomacy, and knowledge nobility would be good as well if you have that.
Yeah, could do that.
Local. All right, that is gonna be a success on an influence check. And she's like, "Oh, someone else well versed in local politics? Well, didn't think a newcomer would know so much. Please take a seat." And you begin talking to Lady Lucrezia, which brings you up to 2 successes with her as a party. And with that, let's move on to Olivia. Olivia, what would you like to do?
I followed the dame when she went off so that Phineas and his protege could talk. And then I'm gonna try and talk to her again. And straight diplomacy works for her, right?
For which one?
For Dame, whatever her name is.
Straight diplomacy can work.
For
For Dame Parthena.
Parthena. And I'm gonna bring Machiavelli back up. Fuck. Oh, let me roll.
Okay. Roll your inspiration. Not gonna be enough, unfortunately. She's like, I don't know, that young Phineas gentleman, she's been talking about him all evening. He's quite strong looking, too. Alright, so Galatus. See if you can get a success here.
All right, so just need the one more. We'll continue talking with her. I'm going to bring up the issue with having the people parade around in costumes and driving the animal through the dinner. It's kind of a tacky display.
Okay. So, just reading a bit on her stuff right here. Alright, so that is going to be a success. And with that, you have successfully influenced the ex-commander of the Taldan Phalanx. Or one of the ex-commanders. She begins talking about, she's like, Galatus, you know, this has been a very interesting conversation. I admit I do like my beer, but I have a certain fondness for the Betani vineyards that your friends now hold sway over. They once produced just the loveliest wines. And if you would be willing, I would happily provide the 3,000 gold pieces to be spent on that infrastructure repair.
Well, I certainly would not mind having that production going again. That's incredibly generous.
Thank you. So, this is going to bring us into our first instance of you guys are going to actually be able to spend money to increase the benefits in this town that you are now part of. Doing that more will probably sway the locals more to your side and your way of thinking, and thus more to the side of Princess Eutropia. So, I am going to make you guys just a little handout here called Improvements. For now, over the next few days, basically you are going to obtain the vineyard improvement. And that's going to be free of charge because you influenced her. Also, Galatus, since you succeeded, go ahead and give me a D3 roll. All right. You automatically are going to gain one more influence with Okara as he sees you successfully influence the old legate.
Ah, okay.
He is deeply respectful of what she deems, good. All right. You guys are also all going to get 1,200 XP for successfully shifting Baroness Voynam to be this helpful.
All right, people, we're 93% of the way to the next level.
Hell yeah.
Just 415 until we get it.
All right.
What's that?
Just 415 more XP.
Excellent. So
Somebody influence somebody.
I'm prepping my social grapple. Don't worry.
All right.
All right. Next up is going to be Phineas after that awesome roll right here. Go ahead, Phineas. What do you want to do?
I'll reach out to the group again, and I believe Subsinia is open to our ideals. Who else should we be working on next?
I should mention, sorry, you guys, that D3, you also get one on Parthenia.
Okay. Does that?
It's close, but it's not
influence-
quite there. I can tell you the people who you currently have the highest levels of influence with. You've already influenced the Baroness. The next highest you have is, Parthena. And after that, it is Baron Okara and Titus. And then the Count, Lady Lucrezia, and Tribuna Nora are the all tied for after that.
I'll go to Baron Okara.
Okay.
Baron, it's a pleasure to see you again.
And this time, unlike the last book, they actually provided an image for Baron Okara. There's Baron Okara. A pleasure to see you as well.
And you wanted me to remind you next time I met him that I had a natural 20 on our last interaction. I don't know why, but...
No, you're good. Good shout.
I have to say, I'm quite happy that we're in the same region again. This is quite a lovely town. I really like it.
Pharasma certainly weaves the webs of fate in strange ways.
I was hoping I could pull your hair a little bit, being somewhat of a noble now myself, suddenly. I want to make sure that I'm doing the best I can for our people. What matters of law can I help with?
Give me a diplomacy check as you're talking to them. This is a very good question. All right. Okay. Whoops, that's the wrong stat block. Here we go. Okay. So he tells you, he's like, it is good to want the best for your people. At the moment, you see, he's trying to be diplomatic about this, but he's like, I think you should get in touch with your people. They need more, especially the township that you are currently holding sway over. Perhaps the more you improve things for them, then we could discuss more about laws and such.
That is an excellent suggestion. I greatly appreciate it. Can you tell me if you were in my position, what is the first improvement you would make for them?
Roll his knowledge on this area. All right, he's like, well, I think that if you could improve a lot of the farmland, that would increase the crop yields around here, and it would also help, well, it would help bring the farmers over to your side.
Your suggestion is most gracious. That is wonderful. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. I appreciate that. I appreciate your candor. It's quite refreshing.
Well, I remember from our previous discussions that we both feel a little bit more comfortable on other fields of battle than these.
Ah, you remember. Well, it'll be good to have a neighbor such as you and such as your friends over there.
Hopefully we can look to having a long and fruitful relationship for both of our lands.
I can only hope the same. Like, shakes your hand again. Alright, so Baron Nicholas O'Hara is close to being influenced. But he is already certainly... because you guys did well with him at the previous gala, he is more likely to get farther along on this influence than other people. So you are almost got all the stuff that he can do. Alright, that brings us back to the top of the order for our third round of social, and that's going to be Tanith. Go ahead.
Alright. So I had an idea. Might seem a little crazy. So, you know how I say it was kind of like we were talking along the lines of, you know, the martial and magical combined thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, could Toddy benefit me, aid me by doing athletics while I do spellcraft? If not, that's fine. I can just.
I would say no. I think she would assist spellcraft with spellcraft.
So this is the spellcraft check. That's a 19.
All right, and then roll for her assist.
No, that's
that's
her assist.
Okay, gotcha. So that is a success for the assist.
And then that's a 22 then.
All right, that brings us up to a 22. As you continue to discuss all manners arcane, in this case some kind of arcane geometry, as you tell him about some of those strange symbols you inscribed but a few nights ago, that is going to be another success for Count Bartleby. Although he is still a ways away from truly respecting you guys. Machiavelli.
I'll ask the
contact Galatus to kind of get a move.
I'll ask the lady if she observed the near injury that occurred to the Bartleby at the stage earlier. How she felt about that.
Okay. So you asked Lady Crezia. She says, "I unfortunately wasn't there. I was getting a drink from the bar they provided over by the gardens. Before he did that, he was going to do that history lesson, I believe. But I heard about all that awfulness. There was a crossbow under the stage. I mean, that's some real cloak and dagger stuff. Maybe uncomfortable."
I got just one question. What color is Cretion's hair?
Lucrezia's hair?
Yeah, Lucrezia's hair.
Lucrezia's hair is kind of like a dirty blonde color.
Yeah. Not so.
Can I sense motive for her answer? 22.
Alright. She seems to be telling the truth.
And she seemed to say it was it was a bad thing.
Oh yeah, she seems quite uncomfortable with the idea. She's like, all in a tizzy. She's like, assassination attempts or whatever that was. Scary. It's the thing I don't like about being in the upper crust, as it were.
Can I sense motive that?
I'll give you one more sense motive.
All right. 24.
Seems to be telling the truth.
Okay.
All right. With that, we're gonna move over to Olivia. Go ahead, Olivia.
Okay. I'm probably my social grapple on the dame.
Dame Parthena Crab.
Hopefully, I can roll better than a fucking 2.
Yeah. All right, go for it. You're rolling about your business interest still, right? Oh, bless you.
No, I'm just. Oh, yeah, bless you. Yeah, we'll go back to business.
Okay.
Hold on, let me roll my.
Sure, you can drop an inspiration on that. As per your class rules.
Fuck.
That is not going to be enough with a 17. And she actually starts trying to give you advice on financial matters. She's like, look, the Bank of Abadar, of course, praise Abadar, it has no parallels, but there's some very interesting private trusts going on in Opar right now that maybe you could check out.
I have a rules question for you, Ben.
Yes.
Is payday loans as like a business, is that evil? Would you say that's evil?
Are loans as a business inherently evil?
No.
Payday loans.
Payday loans.
Short thing, high interest.
I don't know. I would say
Well,
they're not inherently evil. They can be used evilly if the loan officers are kind of abusing that.
Okay.
But I would
so
not say that they are
600%
inherently evil.
Okay, cool. Future plans.
Okay. All right, noted. Call me off guard with that one. All right, Phineas.
I will.
I think you just skipped me.
Oh, sorry. Did I double tap through that? Oh, I did. Galatas, go ahead.
All right, so I'm going to head over and talk to the Baron.
All right. Per your guys' kind of whispered conversation between Galatas and Phineas, you head over back to Nicholas O'Cara, the Baron. Oh, hello, Galatas.
It's good to see you again. How are you doing?
I'm doing quite well. Sorry about, the deaths in your family, but it must be nice to have that mansion now.
Well, things come and go. Sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down.
Very true, very true. Now, what can I do for you at this fine banquet?
I didn't get to see. Did you participate in the joust today?
I did, actually. I took first place.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank
well
you.
done.
It seems I still have it.
No doubt. Oh. Well, I wanted to pick your brain a little bit about
All right.
these new lands that we have. It's just there's so many things to do. Where do you start?
That's a good question. Where would I start improving the lands?
Yeah.
Well, I told your friend about the farmlands, but perhaps temples or centers of worship could be of use. Those things tend to spawn a good sense of community.
Of course, they do.
Listen, if you give me what kind of check do you want to make to influence him here?
What are the options for him?
You guys know enough about him from the previous social con with him as well. You could use handle animal, profession, a lot of profession checks, especially profession soldier, a ride check because he is a horseman. That's how he won the competition, or just straight diplomacy.
Straight diplomacy it is.
All right, go ahead. That is going to be a success, which is going to give you the required number of successes to influence the Baron in this book. Additionally, since you guys had already influenced him in a positive way at the gala, you guys are going to get double the XP. So instead of 800, you guys get 1,600, 1,600 XP. Which I believe is
Hey
gonna put you
boys,
up
we leveling up.
at a lovely level up that you all can get into for next session. Not worth getting to right now because you can't even sleep. But you guys do get the level up. And additionally, the Baron talks. He's like, listen, we are all firm friends, are we not? I would be happy to help you improve the land and the lives of the citizens you oversee. How about this? I could talk to my masters of commerce and could send you some building supplies, loan a few artisans, and some timber to improve your land.
Oh, that would be tremendous.
I think it's the beginning of a wonderful partnership. So we don't have to get too much into the mechanics of that right now, but I'll put it in the chat for you guys. He's going to send you all this, which will make the checks and purchasing of different upgrades for your town easier in the next part of this book, in part 2. All right. So you guys are making a lot of progress on these influence checks. That is going to be Phineas next.
I'm going to go
the last turn for social combat for dinner.
I'm going to head over and talk to Dame Parthena.
All right.
See if I can give a little bit of support to Olivia.
Head over to Dame Parthena. And I've just been kind of popping these handouts open and closed for the stream so you guys can kind of picture the aristocrats that you're seeing. All right, what would you like to talk to Dame Parthena about? She's kind of... Sepsina's trying to be like... Sepsinia's trying to be subtle about it, but she's kind of just like... Not saying the words, but she's like very... like she's practicing different somatic components to spells next to her mom.
That's awesome.
Alright, she's like... Hello, Phineas. I understand that Sepsinia wants to come by the mansion at some point later.
Oh, yes, I was hoping I could tutor her a little bit, with your grace.
Give me a diplomacy check. See if you can correctly influence her. She looks you up and down, and the broad smile, Parthena, is just like, of course, that sounds wonderful. She leans in and gives you, like, way too personal of a hug, and her perfume's just, like, overwhelming. And you, like, over her shoulder, you see Sepsinia kind of, like, roll her eyes, and, like, give you kind of, like, a sorry look.
I flash her a wink.
She, like, tries not to laugh behind her mother's back. So that is another influence check. Ooh, you guys must be getting close now with her. Let me double check. And that is going to be enough successes. But the full benefits of this will not be seen until later in the book. But you guys have successfully influenced her. Everybody is going to get 400 XP from that.
Sorry, which was this?
This was Parthena, Dame Parthena, Sepsinia's mom.
Okay.
So there will be, unlike the building materials you guys have gotten from other people, there will be benefits later. But for now, you just get the 400 XP. All right, and with that, the banquet begins to come to an end. So I think that's probably a good stopping point right there, actually, before we get into the next The next few events are going to be more time consuming than 10 minutes would allow us. But if there's anything I would say you guys want to kind of discuss in character as we finish the social rounds, you guys would have time to kind of catch up as dinner comes to an end. So, as a group, what do you guys discuss? This has been so far a pretty successful mingling experience for you all. You guys have gained some intel. What do you talk about?
I'm gonna.
I think first we just fill everybody in on all the stuff we've learned and who
Sure,
we've,
you take a few minutes to talk about who's influenced who's trying to benefit you guys, who needs a bit more work, etc., etc.
All right. So Phineas, we both know who the Night Swan here is at the party, right? With your description and how they're acting.
I think we have a fairly good idea.
Yeah, who is it?
Olivia's just gonna look, and she's gonna be like, "Hey guys, it's not me, I promise."
Okay.
We know it's not you.
Give me a perception check on Lady Lucrezia.
Can I aid my snake?
Yeah.
Alright.
Wait, you don't even have eyes, dog. What do you mean? Can I aid the
He can
snake?
see a little bit up to 30 feet because of magic. Because of magic nonsense.
Wait, I'm not even trained in it, sorry.
You guys examine her. She's been so calm and she seems a lot more willowy of build and less muscled than the other woman. None of you guys are positive that Lady Lucrezia is the Night Swan.
Listen, guys, I'm 99% positive that's the one.
Also,
She just won't admit it.
so I haven't really gotten the chance, but what are all of your guys' opinion on Toddy?
Is Toddy there?
Yeah.
I think your snake overlord is great. I welcome her.
Nick,
Oh, I like this one.
I'm happy you're making friends personally.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. She seems nice. I'm not sure if it was legal for her to be competing in the
That's rude.
golf earlier.
Why don't you
I'm gonna
take
be
some
honest.
more drugs?
The salt.
Okay, hold on. She's not even human.
Does she have to be human to be a person?
Aren't you
No,
not
I mean, I'm
human?
just saying.
Does
Hold
she
on.
have to have
First
illegal
off-
substances to win fantasy
First
golf?
off,
Who
how
can
dare
say?
Second off, I'm,
Yeah.
I'm not saying that she's not a person. I'm just saying that being half snake is probably an unfair advantage.
How?
Next
It's all
year
in
there'll
your
be
own.
drug tests.
Is it even an advantage, though?
If anything, it's less grip with the ground.
That's more. I have to walk on my two legs.
It is a lot harder to
She
trip
gets-
people who are
Well,
have tails.
no.
Yeah, wait a minute. I got
You don't have to walk on
Dave.
your legs. You can roll, lay down.
Hold
Roll
Can we
around.
talk about that for a second?
I was
Tim,
about to win.
All
What
right,
the
we can
fuck
solve
was
this
that?
with a simple polymorph spell, okay? We can give everybody snake legs.
Ugh, gross. What a fucking terrifying party.
Wait.
By the way, I
Can we
don't
actually
know,
own this snake leg?
I want to warn you, but as we continue adventuring, they are going to grow wings at some point.
I'm gonna
I mean, aren't we all?
grow wings?
Yes,
I'm gonna grow wings.
no, not
I
you.
don't really want
No, I think he
wings.
meant me. Wait, did you mean me?
Yes,
Oh,
yes, you,
he-
Toddy.
He meant me.
Yeah. When I was talking
that's
to
exciting.
I was talking to some people, no one in particular. I learned that you will gain the power of light sometime soon.
Did you trade the rabbit for her?
Yes, Hutch is gone. I don't really know where he went. I don't know if you turned into him or I was just replaced with him. I do not know.
We cut to
Did
this like
she-
swirling section of the Maelstrom, which is like the chaotic place you go if you die if you're chaotic neutral, and there's like it's the nether realm between realms, just swirling primordial chaos, and you see this floating being with those rainbow eyes has manifested a rainbow hand and is just like slowly petting a white rabbit.
Well, that's too bad. I was hoping he was going to be like that rat familiar and, carve out his own little kingdom somewhere.
Rise, the rats rise again! that guy?
Can we,
Yeah.
can we pause for a second? Are we sure that she didn't eat the rabbit?
Well, no. I mean,
Yeah, that is a good question. Toddy, what do you eat?
What? I cooked foods like the rest of you. Rabbit's good.
Alright,
I didn't eat the rabbit though.
Alright, good.
What about halflings? How do you feel about halflings?
I mean,
Nobody say anything.
that seems like a large meal. I feel like I'd go to sleep after that. It'd make me too sleepy. You shouldn't overeat.
Okay. Me and the snake are friends now.
Yeah, I always say
But-
you eat, just eat, to be full. Don't eat to be stuffed,
Phineas
And
face
out
palm.
of character, at 8th level, she gains angel wings. It's great.
That's a move.
Yeah.
Um,
Out of character, my
Go ahead.
halfling familiar is gonna be terrified of the snake. That's gonna, or not familiar. Cohort.
familiar.
It's gonna be he just rides around in my pouch.
Yeah, we get it. He's an object to you.
Horrifying.
wouldn't you have to have an
What do you count?
improved familiar
Count Loki.
to get a halfling?
Yeah,
All right.
exactly.
But if I really wanted to, when I'm level 7, right? I could technically enlarge Toddy and then give them the evolution surge so that they can use the swallow whole evolution surge, so they could eat a whole halfling.
Yeah. I really like the snake now.
Yeah, for this.
Yeah. I'm gonna make the nicest fucking halfling NPC, so you guys have to love them again. All right. Do you guys have anything else you want to discuss in character before we give it a wrap?
Yeah, can we just talk for a second, Machiavelli? What was that? I feel like you were dodging, like the arranged marriage I was setting up for you. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I'd
Wait,
like to
is she
not be
not-
married. That's about it.
Oh, well, that's going to be hard. I invited her over to the house and everything. She's going to be coming and visiting quite a bit.
I'll be in the basement.
Anything for the? I would get married for the cause, but I don't think that they would marry her off to a woman.
Yeah, well, feel free to get married for the cause. I won't.
Who knows?
Thank-
Wait, I've had a stroke of genius.
What?
Olivia,
Oh yeah.
you marry Count Bartleby, and then he has an unfortunate accident, and you become Countess Olivia.
Oh my god! Oh, I'm down.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'll support
All right.
that.
That seems like a great place to leave off as you plot this hostile marriage to Count Bartleby. All right. For everyone watching, if you want to stick around for an ad break, tell us for the channel. That'd be awesome. Before we do, I'm just gonna do our quick shout out to Syrinscape. Thanks as always to Syrinscape for the amazing music and atmosphere. You can add these sounds and more to your game when you download either the Syrinscape desktop or mobile app. The app comes with over 20 sound sets that are included to get you started, and you don't even need to register. Just go to Syrinscape.com to find out more. And in the Twitch chat, I'm going to go ahead and drop the link for the credits and the artists of today's sounds that we used, in case anyone's curious and wants to use similar ones for their games. With that, I'm going to start our ad break, and for the party, I'll still be in chat for a little bit if you guys want to talk. Good night, everybody.
Right, so here's